over here to the left.
Okay.
We ain't got DC.
Got enough? 1, 2,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Need one more, man.
two, 3, 4, 5. No, 6 commissioners in the mail. We got a quorum. All righty. Good. Well, no, still good morning. It's 11:18 a.m. Madam Clerk, I call this session to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, I believe there was an add-on to the agenda. Ms. Bonner, is that correct? Do you want to take that first?
Yeah.
2 addendum items.
2 addendum items. Can you read them in for the record, please, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor,
We got it.
you got it.
Yeah. We need to add to rescind the action of the commission taken at the July 15th meeting regarding zoning number. You have the number?
I do. It was zoning matter Z-25-22. This matter was requested by Commissioner Clark.
Clark, right. And also on our administrative services agenda, item number 11 needs to be added to our special call meeting because of the urgency of acquiring these grant funds, which expire at the end of the week if official action is not taken.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, is there any objection to adding to these 2 items to the addendum agenda? Madam Clerk.
No, to the special call meeting agenda.
To the special call meeting agenda. Madam Clerk, I don't see any objection.
Thank you.
Those items are added. Do we need to address them now before legal, or what would be your
I
preference?
think
Attorney?
we have a fairly full legal agenda today. I'm not sure if you want to go ahead and address those first or do it
Yeah.
with all the other matters that may come up at the end.
That's right. Let's go ahead and address them first to get them out of the way. Colleagues, we have 2 addendum items before us.
So moved.
All right, so there's a motion and a second.
Mr. Johnson, Mr. Guilfoyle, and Mr. Johnson. Okay.
That's correct.
Are you doing them together, sir?
Are we going to go ahead and combine both these items to do one vote, or do we need to do them separately?
Mr. Mayor, you should vote on for the short answer is that Mr. Clark is just simply notifying the body that he is going to make a motion next week, at the next meeting, to rescind the action that we refer to. So that's really only for information purposes.
All right.
I may have stole Commissioner Clark's thunder, but that's basically all he was doing. But then Mr. Johnson's motion needs to be considered, a motion and a second on that.
All right, we'll
We'll
table
get
it.
that. Okay. Mr. Guilfoyle, Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Guilfoyle, Mr. Johnson, regarding Commissioner Johnson's action. Commissioner Clark, would you like to add any context to your item before we vote?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, General Counsel said it exactly what I was going to say. Basically, just as a point of information to make a motion to rescind at the next commission.
Thank you. That's received as information.
Let me go ahead on that. The item 4 is a motion to approve Housing and Community Development HCD's request to award United Way of the CSRA as a collaborative applicant lead agency, RFQ 25-163.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. There's a motion and a second. Do you guys continue to stand by that motion? If so, Madam Clerk, we're ready to vote.
That motion carries with Mr. Lewis out, Mr. Garrett out, Ms. Rice out.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we request a motion to go into legal session or executive session for the purpose of discussing pending and potential litigation, real estate, personnel, and cyber-related matters.
Motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. I heard Commissioner Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle second it. Madam Clerk, we're ready to vote.
That motion carries.
Thank you. I just want to remind colleagues, we're now suspended to executive session. As we make our way to executive session, I'm going to ask everybody to kind of move swiftly. The attorney has informed us that we have a fairly long day, so we may have to make it a working lunch to get in and get out. Okay, so let's make our way to those chambers and grab your lunch so we can get started. Thank you.
Check, test. Testing 1, 2.
Like one before next up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your patience. We're running a little bit behind. I'm going to ask my colleagues to start making their way to the front. We apologize for being a little bit behind. What are we looking here? All right. The time is now 1:44. Madam Clerk, ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for our tardiness. We had an extensive legal session today. Madam Clerk, I'll call the session back to order. Call the session back to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we request a motion to authorize you to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
There is a motion by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice, seconded by Commissioner Don Clark. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Mr. Guilfoyle?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Ms. Pulliam's out? Okay. That motion carries with Ms. Pulliam and Ms. Scott out.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, are there any motions as a result of our executive session?
Mr. Mayor, unfortunately, there's several that you have to go through. I think it's about 18. The first one would ask a motion to settle all claims of Cameron Ruff against Richard Roundtree et al., arising out of case number 1:24-CV183 in the amount of $25,000.
Sir, there's a motion by Commissioner Garrett, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle. See no colleagues in the queue. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Ms. Scott out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
We'd also request a motion to approve the pre-suit settlement of all claims of Jacqueline Jones against Augusta, Georgia, and JL Logan arising out of an automobile accident occurring on August 2nd, 2023 in the amount of $41,000.
There's a motion by Commissioner Mayor Pro Tempore Wayne Guilfoyle, seconded by Commissioner Brandon Garrett. See no colleagues in the queue. We're voting, Madam Clerk.
That motion carries with Ms. Scott out.
Attorney Plunkett.
We'd request a motion to approve the pre-suit settlement of all claims of Corinne Jones against Augusta, Georgia, and JL Logan arising out of an automobile accident occurring on August 2nd, 2023 in the amount of $13,500.
Their motion. There's a motion by Commissioner Don Clark, seconded by Commissioner Brandon Garrett. See no colleagues in the queue. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Mr. Garrett, please. Ms. Johnson? Okay. That motion carries with Ms. Scott out.
Thank you so much, Attorney Plunkett.
Motion to approve we'd ask for a motion to approve the pre-suit settlement of all claims of Kenyon Jones against Augusta, Georgia, and J.L. Logan arising out of an automobile accident occurring on August 2nd, 2023, in the amount of $11,500.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion by Commissioner Don Clark, seconded by Commissioner Tina Slindak. See no colleagues in the queue for discussion. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Ms. Scott and Mr. Guilfoyle out.
Madam Clerk, Attorney Plunkett.
Would request a motion to settle all claims of Maurice Riviera versus Walter McNeil et al. It's a case pending in the United States District Court, case number CV 124-188, in the amount of $300,000.
Is there a motion? There's a motion by Commissioner Brandon Garrett, seconded by Commissioner Tina Slindak. See no colleagues in the queue. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Ms. Scott and Mr. Guilfoyle out.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
Would request a motion to settle all claims of Quincy O'Brien versus Augusta Richmond County. It's a State Board of Workers' Workers' Compensation claim number 2019-106056 in the amount of $15,500.
Can I entertain a motion?
So moved.
It's a motion by Commissioner Tanya Turnley, seconded by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. So no colleagues in the queue for discussion. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries.
Attorney Plunkett.
Would request a motion to settle the claims of Sandy Estelet, I believe is how it's pronounced, versus Augusta Richmond County. It's a State Board of Workers' Compensation claim number 2021-027972 in the amount of $55,000.
There's a motion by Commissioner Don Clark,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Tanya Bonhill Turnley. Seeing no colleagues in the queue, Madam Clerk, we're ready to vote.
That motion carries.
Attorney Plunkett.
Would request a motion to settle all claims of Nasia Hodge-Peets versus Augusta Richmond County, Georgia, case number 2021-RCV 00390 in the amount of $20,000.
Is there a motion? It's a motion by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, I heard Commissioner Brandon Garrett chime in first. Seeing no colleagues in the queue for discussion, Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Mr. Garrett, thank you. That motion carries.
Attorney Plunkett.
Would request a motion to approve the execution of a consent order with the Georgia Environmental Protection Division regarding alleged violations at the Meserly plant, including the payment of a fine of $170,000, and to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute such agreement.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Don Clark. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Tanya Barnhill Turnley. Seeing no colleagues in the queue for discussion, Madam Clerk, we're prepared to vote.
That motion carries with Ms. Scott out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
We request a motion to approve the hiring of Reggie Horn as Augusta's Chief Information Officer at a salary of $145,000 per year.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
There's a motion by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice, seconded by Commissioner Don Clark. Seeing no colleagues in the queue for discussion, Madam Clerk, we're voting.
It's unanimous with Ms. Scott out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
We would request a motion to approve the hiring of Horace Green as the Central Services Director starting September 1, 2025, at a salary of $120,000 and a moving allowance of up to $10,000.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Brandon Garrett. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Tina Slindak. Seeing no colleagues in the queue for discussion, Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries 8-1. That would be Ms. Pulliam voting no, and Mr. Clark abstaining.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
We'd request a motion to authorize the hiring of Mitchell O'Neill as an engineering manager with the Augusta Utilities Department at a salary of $105,000 per year.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Don Clark, seconded by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Seeing no colleagues in the queue for discussion, Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Ms. Scott out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we request a motion to approve amending the acceptance of the resignation of Phyllis Johnson as Compliance Director, which is effective as of July 31st, 2025, to provide for a lump sum payment of 3 months' salary upon the execution of a release.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. There's a motion by Commissioner Mayor Pro Tempore Wayne Guilfoyle, seconded by Commissioner Don Clark. See no colleagues in the queue for discussion. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Ms. Scott out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
We'd request a motion to approve the appointment of Dr. Yolanda Jackson as the interim compliance director with an increase in the salary during that tenure of 15%.
Thank you. Some motion by Mayor Pro Tempore Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle, seconded by Commissioner Don Clark. See no colleagues in the queue for discussion. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Ms. Scott out.
Thank you. Attorney Plunkett.
Would request a motion to authorize the HR department to begin the process of advertising for the position of compliance director.
There's a motion by Commissioner Don Clark, seconded by Commissioner Brandon Garrett. Madam Clerk, see no colleagues in the queue for discussion. We're voting.
Mr. Guilfoyle? Okay. Thank you. That motion carries with Ms. Scott out.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, would request a motion to approve Augusta obtaining liability insurance through Marsh McLean Agency.
There's a motion by Commissioner Brandon Garrett, seconded by Commissioner Don Clark. See no colleagues in the queue for discussion. We're voting.
That motion carries with Ms. Scott out.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett.
Would request a motion to authorize the purchase of the former Southside Elementary School located at 3310 Old Louisville Road from the Richmond County Board of Education for the sum of $790,000, and to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute such documents as necessary to complete the purchase.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. Is there a motion? See, it's 790. Can you clarify that number, Attorney Plunkett?
There was originally, the sales contract was for $850,000. There was a negotiated reduction of $60,000, ending up with a sales price of $790,000.
All right, there's a motion by Mayor Pro Tempore Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle, seconded by Commissioner Don Clark. See no colleagues in the queue for discussion. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Ms. Scott out. It's unanimous.
Would request a motion to authorize the mayor to execute the Purdue Pharma opioid settlement agreement.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. Is there a motion?
So
There's a motion by Commissioner Brandon Garrett, seconded by Commissioner Tanya Bonhill Turnley. See no colleagues in queue for discussion, we're voting.
Linda, please. Okay. It's unanimous.
Thank you. Turner Plunkett.
That is all the motions for today, sir.
Ooh, that was a lot. All right. Attorney Plunkett, does that conclude our business for today?
It does, sir.
It does. Before I close out this session and turn it over to Public Services, we want to grant a welcome to Commissioner Tanya Bonhill Turnley. Proud to have you on this body. Thank you so much for being here. Madam Clerk, this session is hereby adjourned and turned over to the committee cycle to Public Safety.
It's public.
Are we ready to get started with public services? Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Public Services Committee. I'm going to try to make sure that we can get through this today. I know it's going to be a long day. I am going to, Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, ma'am.
Oh, that's good. Okay, with that being said, I'd like to consent items 1, 2, 3, and 8. And if my colleagues are good with that, I'd like to entertain a motion. Do I got a motion? Public Services Committee, you got a motion to approve items 1, 2, 3, and 8 to be consented? Thank you. Got a second? Motion and a second?
You want a second?
I'll second it, yes, ma'am. We got to wake up. Okay. I'm about to fall asleep myself. All right.
You're voting,
Ms.
ma'am?
Bonner, we ready to vote?
We're voting.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries with Ms. Scott out.
Okay. All right, Mrs. Bonner, we were going to go, can we go, Madam Clerk, to top to bottom?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Cecilia?
Today I bring to you 2 alcohol applications and 1 massage. The first one is alcohol number 25-33, is existing location, new ownership, retail packaged beer and wine for Chetna Patel applicant for Kusharav Incorporated, located at 4630 Mike Paget Highway, District 8, Super District 10. Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Do we have any objectors? State your name and your home address.
Okay, real address, right? Okay. My name is Jay Patel, and the address is 123 Martin Luther King Jr. Road, Keysville, Georgia, 30816.
Okay. Do I have a motion? Got a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries.
All right, the next one's alcohol number 25-34. It's an existing location, and it's actually a new ownership. Retail packaged beer and wine for Nitin Kumar Patel, applicant for Lucky Deansbridge LLC, located at 3341 Deansbridge Road. That's District 5, Super District 9. Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Do we have any objectors?
Yeah, Nitin Kumar Patel, 1153 Picket Fence Drive, Evans, Georgia.
Do I have a motion? Got a motion and a second. Voting.
It's unanimous.
Okay, and the next one is a request by Andrea Williams for massage operator's license to be used in connection with Skin Envy Aesthetics and Massage Salon LLC, located at 3540 Wheeler Road, Suite 107, Augusta, Georgia 30909, District 3, Super District 10. Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Do we have any objectors? Home address.
Andrea Williams. My address is 4032 Lakewood Drive, Grovetown, Georgia 30813.
Okay. Do I have a motion? Got a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, too.
Item number 7, Madam Chair.
Item number, let's see, that's correct. Yes, ma'am. Item
Okay.
7.
Ms. Leslie Mitchell regarding the Apple Valley cleanup compliance of homeowners and streetlights.
Let's see.
Ms. Mitchell?
There, Ms. Mitchell in the audience.
Here's Ms. Mitchell is not in the chamber.
Okay, well, then, with that being said, I guess that is going to complete public services today. Thank you all.
Ms. Scott? She's out.
All right. Well, with that being said, we'll call public safety to order. Are there any additions or deletions, Ms. Bonner?
No, sir.
Very well. I'd like to ask committee to consider consenting items 1, 4, 5, and 6. Can I entertain a motion to that?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Need you to vote. That motion carries with Ms. Scott absent from today's meeting.
All right, top to bottom, please.
Okay. Item number 2 is a motion to approve the award of dispatch operator economic chairs to Evans Console, Inc.
All right. Hey, how are you?
All right.
Just in regards to this, I'm assuming this went through proper procurement and bidding.
Yes, sir.
All right. Are there any questions in reference to this? Can I entertain a motion?
Motion to approve it.
I'll second it. Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Okay. That motion carries. It's unanimous.
Thank you.
Item number 3 is to approve radio purchase for utilities, construction, and maintenance from Motorola Solutions utilizing state contract 36273 Sourcewell. Radios will be utilized with the MHZ radio system, RFP 18120.
Director, you going to speak towards this?
Yes, this is a request from our utilities department to purchase radios to use on our land mobile radio system. This is to replace radios that have been broken, as well as to provide radios for additional staff that don't currently have them. This is a part of our overall radio system that's used across the city by multiple operational departments and public safety.
All right. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve it.
Second.
All right. Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir. It's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. If there's no further business, I will call public safety to a close.
Ms. Bonner, I'd like to call finance to order.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are there any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Item 1.
Item 1 is a motion to approve the minutes of the July 8th, 2025 Finance Committee meeting.
Second.
Okay, I got a
I have
motion and
some,
a second.
I have some
Yes, ma'am.
substantial discussion on this item, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Johnson?
I'm messing.
Okay. I have a motion and a second, and we're voting.
It's unanimous, and I thank you, Mr. Johnson, for that comedy break. It did. Thank you.
Okay, and we are adjourned. From finance only.
All right. Madam Clerk, I'd like to bring Engineering Services Committee to order.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'd like to also again introduce our newest member to the Engineering Services Committee, Commissioner Tanya Barnhill Turnley. I'm gonna have to slow down when I say all that, or we're gonna have to come up with a short way of doing it. Welcome to the committee.
Just call her Miss T&T.
There it is.
You got it.
We'll try that.
Hey.
All right. Madam Clerk, are there any new additions?
No, sir.
All right. I'd like to recommend for consent items 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 12. All right. 2 through 8 and number 12. Correct. Just only 2 through 8 and number 12. All right. Madam Clerk, we'll have number 7 as a discussion. Any other additions? All right. Hearing none. Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and vote.
We need a motion, sir.
Can I get a motion to vote?
Second.
Mr. Guilfoyle. Okay, you go. Thank you. It's unanimous.
All right. Madam Clerk, you want to read off? And we can
Yes,
get
sir.
started.
We're going top to bottom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item number 1, a motion to determine that portion of Twig Street and Watkins Street within the vicinity of the new Augusta Arena between 6th and Fenwick Street, as shown on the plaque, has ceased to be used by the public to the extent that no substantial public purpose is served by it, or that it removed from the county road system otherwise in the best public interest.
All right.
And a public hearing will be held.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Interim General Counsel Plunkett.
Mr. Chairman, this is a request by the Coliseum Authority to abandon these 2 roads. The materials show the plat. I think it's highlighted in y'all's materials. So this is within the footprint of the Coliseum Authority. There will be a public hearing where people can object to that if they'd like, but this allows them to basically build or utilize the facilities all to the corner. And it also requires, I think, some utility relocation, which would be part of the process as well.
Got a motion, and we have a second. Got a motion and a second. Attorney Plunkett, have we received any additional specifics on the use of the property?
Not specifically, but between now and the time of the public hearing, I can contact Scott Davis, I think is the person that's handling this on behalf of the Coliseum Authority. But I believe it's for parking, if I'm not mistaken, but I'll confirm.
All right. That's what I thought it was. Just wanted to make sure that we kind of just gave an indication if we had it. All right. Madam Clerk, we had a motion and a second.
Yes, sir. It's unanimous.
All right. Let's go to the next one.
Okay, that would take us to item number 7.
Yes, ma'am.
Receive update on solid waste and recyclable collection services contract implementation plan Also authorize engineering and environmental services to initiate request for proposal procurement process to sell AEES managed and operated CNG fueling facilities.
All right, I'm going to recognize Commissioner from the 10th, Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Yes, sir. I was wondering if we could hear from the director about this.
All right, Dr. Malik, come on down, sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. So there's two parts to this agenda item. One is the update that will be provided by the coastal, and second, request from the department, since new contract does not require the CNG vehicles. So the request is to initiate the process of selling that asset. So with us, we have the coastal CEO with us, and he's here to update this commission and citizens to the services coastal will be providing under the contract that this body awarded on June 3rd. So,
Can I ask Dr. Malik before?
Yes, sir.
The representative comes up? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Malik, this program was implemented about 12 years ago when we did the last trash service where we required everybody to, all the garbage trucks to have CNG compatible, is that right?
yes, sir.
Why did we not do it on this new contract?
Directed by this body.
Was it?
Yes, sir.
The reason why it was directed because we wasn't making money is what I believe it came from the engineering department, or?
Sir, it was not the department recommendation. It was this body, few other commissioners to,
It was?
the removal of CNG was not the department.
Okay.
Recommendation.
Because when this was previously, when it was originally implemented, it was actually a good deal of money that was being made off of our haulers. And some reason, I guess it become non-profitable. Were we still making profit at the time we shut it down?
So I can't speak to the process, but I can provide that data to this body at the full commission. This body asked me to take over this operation on June 14, 2022. So based on that, I look at how things are operated. There were several discounts provided to the waste hauler, including the waste disposal to CNG. The contract has $4 per CNG gallon rate in it, but it was discounted to $2.60. So I look at that. So all discounts are gone. So presently, I look at the last year data. So it was break even when I took over, close to all that, like 1.4 million was generated. We're spending around 1.1, 1.2, but also please realize these are aging infrastructure. It was built in 2012, 2013, and now they are aging. We're experiencing replacement of the parts. Parts are not available. It takes a long time. And then, the station may be out of service if the parts are not available and all that. So the presently is around $2 million was the revenue, and the cost probably is still the same, 1.2, 1.3. So we did turn around to make it profitable, but it is aging infrastructure. It will require some upgrades and all other things. So again, this is the request of this body, but this body feels like we need to continue this service.
So in order,
and there is no mandatory pickup. So there won't be any $4 requirement. It's going to be the retail price, whatever the market dictates. So
are we going to have to do any environmental cleanup or anything before we could sell this product?
no, sir. They just use the compressed gas, which is provided by the AGL. I mean the private gas companies.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Malik.
All right, before we go over to our guests, got a question real quick. Madam Administrator and Interim General Counsel, any recommendations or any feedback on this action?
No, sir, no feedback on my end.
there's no legal provision prohibition from taking this action. So you're able to do so.
All right. Sir, if you can introduce yourself, give your name and your address and who you represent.
Very well. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Casagrande, Senior Vice President for Coastal Waste and Recycling, 4950 Communication Way, Boca Raton, Florida. In discussions and obviously preparing for this upcoming contract that starts on Friday, Coastal felt that it would be good for me to be here and kind of let you guys know what's going on, keep everyone in the loop. It is a large contract. I'm going to guess probably one of your largest contracts in the city, and where we are at today in preparation for the undertaking of picking up your garbage, bulk, yard waste, and recycling. As of right now, we have all the trucks in Augusta. All the trucks were delivered last week. We have all the drivers ready to go. We were able to hire 10 of the 12 incumbent drivers from Zone 1. Those are drivers who are currently working now for waste management and doing their collection routes, and they'll be put on those exact routes. So we're only hiring 2 additional drivers. We have 6 people in the pipeline being hired and trained right now. In addition to that, we are bringing up 3 more high-level supervisors, swingmen type people who can operate any type of truck from our other operations, just as standby, just to cover anything that may fall through the cracks. We are prepared to begin the contract. All the days will remain the same. We have been in communication and negotiation with the subcontractors that are required by contract. We are entered into the 25% of the services with both A1 and all Metropolitan. They will be doing, A1 will continue to do the same bulk in their Zone 1, and Metropolitan will continue to do the bulk with some assistance from Coastal. We have brought in the cherry picker clamshell type trucks along the way because of the larger piles and things like that seem to just accumulate and things like that, just to help get the stuff off the ground. But the subcontractors are in place. We are helping them to acquire new equipment for the start of this contract. But come 6 o'clock Friday morning, all the trucks will roll and everything will be serviced for the garbage and the bulk. Moving on to the recycling, as you know, the city chose to bid the recycling as a subscription service, which means that the residents will sign up if they so elect to have recycling at their home. Right now, they have their recycling carts from the city. Those carts will begin to be removed on August 1st. There's about...
Give me 1 second, sir. Give me 1 second. I know we're going into another line item, and I want to, Madam Clerk, do we want to companion item those? Because he's kind of blurring into a separate line item, talking about the fees and everything. Right. So do we want to...
Make these companion?
I mean, we're
Okay.
already going into it. Are there any objections for doing that from the committee?
Okay, so item 10 will be discussed.
Item 10, because he's talking about the fees and everything that's associated with it. Any objection with merging in 10 with what we're discussing right now with 7?
Let's keep it separate. The director asked if we could
You want to keep it separate?
Yeah.
All right, we'll keep it separate. So if we can just talk about what we were discussing for item number 7, and I think this was related to the CNG, correct?
Update on the solid waste and recycle collection.
Right. So in discussing the recycling program here is basically getting a whole new reboot. You haven't had recycling here for quite some time. That's been the discussion since the hurricane. Everyone's been directed to put their material in their garbage in the recycling. And from what we understand is the recycling has been going to the landfill prior to Coastal even taking over the contract. Don't know why that occurred, but that was, again, we inherited that contract, we acquired the contract, and that's how the service was going on. So we feel that a complete, like I said, reboot, a complete re-education of the Augusta residents are going to take place. We're going to begin by getting rid of the old, getting rid of the old recycling carts that have been used for garbage. We have a crew, we have about 7 or 8 crews in place that are going to start August 1st. And it's a tedious process because you can't remove a full cart. So they're going to be following the garbage routes, and as these carts get dumped, they're going to be taken away. That should take, we estimate, between 2 and 3 months. There's, like I said, 68,000 carts out there. In that time, starting August 1st, as you saw in the flyer, we will be accepting residents to sign up for the service. They have the website, and they can sign up for recycling service. They can call our customer service and ask questions. So we're going to be starting to compile a list of residents who do want to truly recycle. Once the old carts are removed, the new carts will begin to be delivered. Then, like I said, we anticipate sometime in November for these carts to be delivered. Again, all the old carts have to go away. We got to create the mindset of, out with the old, in with the new. The carts will be blue with bright green tops, completely different color from the gray that they're used to seeing, completely different than the gray that the garbage carts are. They'll be branded with recycling decals and recycling logos and Coastal's name on them. Coastal is purchasing these carts, and these carts will be brand new. And we will start delivering these carts to the residents who choose to recycle sometime in November. And depending on the number of carts, that'll depend on when we start. But it's very fair to say that recycling collection will begin January 1st. If we can start sooner, we will. But that's a safe right now estimate going on what we know now.
All right, I got a question, and I'm going to pass it over to one of my colleagues from the 10th. So your communication plan in getting this out to the populace, because basically you're going to assume you're looking for everyone to put both cans that they have for you all to be able to pick up those cans. Madam Administrator, is this something that we're working with Coastal on, getting messaging out to them, or how are we going to help get the word out?
Yes, sir. So our office has been working with them. They provided the information as well as the engineering department to make sure that we have everything posted on the website, and they'll have information that they can sign up for the recycling features. So yes, sir, that information is out there on the website currently.
Well, I'm talking about picking up that second can. Because they're talking about basically going out throughout the county and picking up everyone's can that has the blue lid and replacing it for those that have signed up for the service. And I'm just talking about getting that word out to everyone, because if not, it's going to be a pretty tedious task.
Yes, sir. It was identified in their flyer as well, but we can make sure that we reiterate that.
Yeah, if we can help partner with that, leveraging our media partners for sure, but I can see that one as being a long-term task for sure. I'm going to call Commissioner Guilford from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to talk to the director again, since we're going to be touching on this recyclable and solid waste implementation plan.
All right, Dr. Malik.
Dr. Malik, a lot of citizens are up in the air right now. All of us are receiving emails, text messages, phone calls, et cetera. Let's go back in time. What happened to the single stream of recycling that was being sent to Columbia, South Carolina, to the Sunoco? I guess it was rejected due to contamination. Is that right?
So, I don't have the detail because that was back in 2018 or something, but my understanding is they stopped checking their waste arrangement, environmental services with them. It was good for goods. You take something and all that. Once the recycling channel stopped taking the recycling material, everything went down, and that's my understanding.
So when they quit taking, did we explore other options, how we could actually continue the recycling? I mean, I wasn't here on the floor, so I'm having to ask you.
I'm not sure. I can look at that again.
Okay.
I was given this department on June 14, 2022. So I've been working since then to kind of clean it up and figure it out how the things were handled or how the operation was managed and all that.
So it stopped in 2018 as far as the recycling? When did it stop? The recycling stop in Augusta?
Recycling did not stop, so everything that was in recycling can was going to the Goshen lease facility until the freeze during Christmas time. I don't know about 23, maybe 24.
Last year?
It was before last year, so maybe 2 years ago, when the fire sprinkler system got busted because of the freeze. So the facility was shut down by public safety because of the fire hazard. And the way lease is written is the owner of the facility is responsible for the repairs, major repairs, not the leaser, which was this, environmental services. So it took a year for them to fix that. There was no other way to deal with recycling but take it to the landfill. So that's
what year was that we started taking to the recycling, Dr. Malik?
Can you please repeat the question?
I'm sorry?
He was asking if you could repeat the question.
What year did we stop sending recycle to Columbia and started putting it into our landfill because the waste management sprinkler system was not working and the fire department, fire inspection shut it down?
I have to double check on the date, but that was the time when the Augusta experienced that freeze in December. That was Christmas time, maybe 23, but I can verify that time and send it to you. The Columbia part, I'm not sure. I have to check.
All right, but are we still paying rent, leasing that building and that property from Waste Management?
No, sir.
Okay. I guess this question is going to be for you. Since you're going to be starting recycling come January 1st, is there any option that we're looking at what could be the best use for the citizens and what's the most cost-effective way? Is there any way that we could put out dumpsters, recyclable dumpsters like they have in Alpharetta, they have in other cities, to where the program will be absorbed by the entire community that uses the trash service? And is that a possibility?
Yes, we call them drop-off sites.
Okay.
Other municipalities have used them throughout the Southeast. And for people who don't want to pay for the service, they can, they can put it in the back of their pickup trucks, in their cars, and bring them to a drop-off site. I suggest those drop-off sites be in a gated area so they don't become public dumping sites. But it does work. We build a dumpster with a roof, kind of looks like a long 20-foot shed with sliding doors where you can put the material in. So it does work. Not open 24 hours. And Coastal will be more than happy to supply the containers for free as part of that at 3 or 4 locations. But the cost to service that would be obviously there's a haul charge to that.
Right. Mr. Chairman, can I ask the administrator?
Yes, sir.
Madam Administrator, can we look into this? Because, what I'm hearing, getting emails and text messages, it started off, if we go back years, pre Dr. Malik, it was two days service with recyclables. Then it became one service a week with recyclable for 320, 326, whatever. Now we're looking at 1 week recyclables extra, and we're going up on the cost, which is not, I don't know how you sell that bill of goods when nothing changes in your service. So can we look at that as an option? We got 4 months before it's implemented. I imagine you could turn it around in a couple of weeks as far as some kind of ideas, costs. Just look at your other cities. Have we locked into a contract where we're held by the recyclables to individual citizens when they have not signed up yet?
No, sir. So what they would be doing is entering into their own agreement with Coastal. So if they have not entered into any agreement with Coastal as it relates to the recyclables, it wouldn't be a problem for us to investigate having those items out there so that they can actually bring them to another facility.
Right. But as far as, can we look just to see if it's cost effective, number one.
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Malik.
And you brought up a point. You said, so there will be a hauler fee if you did the remote site or the various sites. Can you kind of clarify that piece?
Well, once that container is full, we have negotiated a deal with the City of North Augusta Recycling Facility. To give everybody a warm feeling, it's not going to the landfill, it's not going anywhere else. We will be taking the material to North Augusta, where we will pay for the processing. And so the city, does not bear any of that cost. Okay. Those dumpsters in those areas, those, drop-off sites, whatever, 3-4 drop-off sites, it would cost to haul it from, once it's full, to North Augusta, and also they would have a processing fee to that.
Yeah, and I know this just came up as an idea that you all are gracious enough to support. Madam Administrator, if we can just kind of get some clarity on how many sites we're talking about. I mean, I think the biggest thing is going to be important, especially with the outcry of, questions that we've been receiving. More information we can have, the better, to be able to kind of clarify this, and even from the messaging from your office or engineering, so that folks are just appropriately informed.
Yes, sir, we can bring back a proposal regarding this and tell you the locations, recommended locations, and what estimated costs we may look at for them to do the actual hauling.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to call the next one in the queue is District 7, Commissioner Slindak.
Hi. Yeah, I would like to just clarify a couple of things, because I'm getting a lot of calls and texts and emails from people about this. And a lot of my area is, they get their pickup on Friday, which is the 1st. So I know you've said that they're going to start the old cart pickup on the 1st, but yet you won't pick up a full cart. So for people who have this Friday, the 1st pickup, well, their cart will get emptied and then picked up. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. We will continue to service all the carts through this whole process. The commission is aware, the city is aware, as an additional cart fee, we'll waive any additional cart fees, any other fees. We will continue to pick up those recycling carts, when I say pick up, empty, and put them back, even though we may not remove it off the street yet. But we will continue to service and empty those carts until they're all removed.
Okay. And you said the new carts, you're going to start delivering those on November?
The new carts will get probably delivered sometime in November, yes.
November, and so the actual using the new carts and the new recycling with your company will start in January, is that correct?
That's what we're anticipating. We have no idea how many people will sign up. So 10, 15, 20,000 we're hoping for, obviously. Yeah. And by the time we order the carts, deliver the carts, and get them all routed, we will communicate with each resident, letting them know what day it is. We will send them, so back to, I think Commissioner Clark had about the information, we will send them another flyer, letting them know what goes in the recycling. But yes, they'll start delivering the new cart in November.
Okay, that's very helpful, because I know I called last week. There was conflicting information on the city website, and that has gotten fixed. The administrator made sure all that got fixed. But I had somebody call this morning that lives in my district, and the person who answered the phone told them, that it's not going to start till 2022. And to call back around October 26, excuse me. Thank you.
Going back in time.
2026, January 2026, and to call back in October, which is not what I was told when I called last week. Mm-hmm. So somewhere, people are wanting to call, and, so we need to make sure that the people that are answering that number all are saying the same thing, so.
Yes, we, on Monday, knowing I was going to come up here yesterday, we had our customer service person who's in charge and the director of customer service make sure the talk track is the same for all the people that answer that phone. We're going to start taking their information now and get them ready for November.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Madam Administrator, so this is going to take a team effort, getting this word out. It's kind of like anything. You can advertise on all mediums out there, and someone's still going to say, I didn't hear about it, and I didn't know. So if we can make sure that we diversify our internal comms just as much as Coastal's going to do as well, and just make sure that we sync our messaging, whether we're utilizing 311, whether we're utilizing PIO, whoever it is that we have that's, say again? Water bill, yeah, whatever our options that we have accessibility towards, we probably want to, we owe it to everyone. This is a pretty huge change. And the more information we flood the community with, the better. But I just want to see if we can cover all the bases with this one.
Yes, sir. So what we will do also is get with Coastal to come up with the more definitive timeline. To Commissioner Slendek's point, I don't like people getting to run around with different information.
Right.
And when we're trying to make sure that we provide all the, being as transparent as we possibly can with our initiation dates of this project, we want to make sure that they're getting the same information and the same response. So we were a little baffled about the November 1st because we were originally told August 1st, then it went to November 1st. Now we, to Commissioner Slendek's point, she was told January 2026. So we'll get with Coastal to make sure that the messaging is proper and that we're giving the constituents the information, clear information of when things are going to start.
Yeah, and I think that's important because, again, it's still going to be folks that are saying they're out of the loop of it, but the more outlets that we have established, the better off we can get. Each of us are going to have to do the same as trying to assist with it. So I'm going to go ahead and recognize Commissioner Tony Lewis from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the gentleman here, I'm sorry I forgot your name.
That's okay. John Casgrande.
Okay, John, Mr. John. Did I not hear you say something in reference to, I know that our subs have some aging fleet. Did you mention something about making arrangements to make sure that they had up-to-date equipment? Did you?
Yes.
You did?
Yes, we did.
Could you expound upon that?
Yes, we have met personally multiple times with Mr. Brown, and we have helped him with his equipment. We will be acquiring the equipment for him and leasing it to him at a very favorable rate.
Okay, that's one of the subs. What about
And A1 is, we have a contract with A1 as well, and so they took that contract to the bank and to another one of the suppliers that we used, and they're talking with the suppliers now to acquire the truck. So that's all in the works.
Okay, one last thing. You did mention about these satellite areas for the recyclable, and I think the administrator kind of concurs, say that they'll probably get with you all to kind of go over the logistics of that and how it's going to be paid for by the city when you guys actually pick those containers up. My question is this, and you did make mention of it, that one of the caveats to having the satellite sites is to make sure that they're maintained, and that is to be encompassed with, within a gate or something like that, so mixed dumping won't occur. My question is, how will that work? I mean, who would have access to actually opening that up? Who would be monitoring whether, just anybody would be coming by dumping, mixed waste with the recyclable waste? Because that was one of the main problems that we had in Augusta. There was too much contaminated waste with our recyclable. So with these satellite areas, I find it kind of difficult unless you just have a 24-hour guard or, you open it from 8 to 4 and then it's closed, but you still got to have somebody there to monitor that. Have you all looked into how you would actually operate such a facility, a satellite facility?
In my experience in the history there, you have certain time frames, okay? And people are usually home, obviously, on the weekends, okay? And that's when they're going to take their material. So you set a schedule, let's say, Saturday and Sunday between 8 and 4. And that's when it's open, and I suggest it be manned. Who mans it? when we sit down with the administration, we can say, well, coastal command, and it's going to be this, or the city command is going to be that, and that's how it is. But you need someone there to watch what goes on, and set times. And the weekend works. We have, like I said, we have facilities throughout South Florida that are manned, but they're only open at a certain time, and it works.
That's good. And I'm glad I asked you that question, and you expounded upon how it's being done in other areas so that we'll know that that's what's going to be required and what it would take in order for this to work. Because other than that, it won't work.
No, if you just put it out there, it won't work. It'll be a dumping site.
Absolutely. So, Madam Administrator, that would be one of the other things that I hope you all would look at. And then as far as opening it up on the weekends, who would be responsible for that person that will be there to operating that facility, how they will be paid? Would it be a city employee? Would it be a coast employee? Those are some of the logistics that I think that needs to be worked out before we even think about putting a satellite sites up. Thank you, Mr. John, was it? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're very welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Commissioner from the 6th. We're going to recognize Commissioner from the 8th, Brandon Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask Dr. Malik a question, if that's okay.
Dr. Malik? He hasn't run away yet?
Sir.
Don't tempt him. Dr. Malik, I know we've had this discussion in the past, but just as a refresher for those who are paying more attention to the information and the idea of recycling in Augusta, I know a few years ago we took a look at it, and it was pretty astounding when we heard the actual percentage of people that were actually recycling. Do you remember what that figure was?
Yeah, it was somewhere, I think, less than 20%, something like that. Yeah.
I remember between 25 and 30%, but your figure may be closer. I don't remember, but I remember it was in that 20, 25, or 30. And you know, when we heard that back in 2020 or 21, we were just coming out of COVID, and the haulers are trying to get back on top of things, and there were all the shortages in regards to trying to find people to drive the trucks. To me, that really stuck out of what the cost. You know, I know Commissioner Guilfoyle brought up the recycling as well as some of the other things earlier, but the amount that it was costing Augusta to haul away that garbage or the recycling that was already contaminated that had to go to the landfill. I mean, it was basically making an extra stop out on Goshen Industrial each day and then getting hauled to the landfill. So, you know, even as we're implementing this new program, and I love the idea of having set facilities around the county to collect it instead of by the curbside, just because of the people that will carry that recycling to those facilities will actually do it correctly instead of dumping whatever they want to into the extra can by the road, which is what's happening now. So I just want us all to keep that in mind of those figures as we move forward.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Garrett. Last point, Coastal, appreciate you all, you know, with the clarity. I know we have some more discussion coming up. When you all come into the realm you're coming into now, all right, you're unveiling new services, what's you all's normal, I guess, marketing or communication plan that you normally do? I know you all are doing it in different communities, but just give us an understanding of that.
Well, we continue with the flyers, okay? The 2 flyers have gone out now. The first one and the recycling flyer had gone out. And then in our website, if you go to our website, it brings you to the website that allows residents of Augusta to sign up. So it's communication. It's on, you know, it will be on invoices when we eventually send them out.
Right.
So you know, it's constant, you know, communication and repetition is the best way. And there's not a lot of ways to do it, but the website, invoices, things like that.
Okay. Yeah, I was just asking. I'm not a salesman for any of the media, but I was just wondering if we're going to see commercials and all that other good stuff out there. But
we could work on some billboards if that helps.
All right, cool. I appreciate it. Colleagues, any more questions? I'd like to receive this as information. Any objections? All right. Madam Clerk will receive this as information. Moving on to number 9.
Mr. Chairman, there's a part of that requires action, though, I believe.
For number 7?
For it to go out and procure, motion to approve.
All right. All right, we got a motion to approve for it to go out to procurement. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any additional discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and vote. Thank you, Attorney Plunkett.
It's unanimous.
Yes, ma'am. Let's move on to number 9.
Thank you very much, Commission.
Thank you.
Item number 9, Mr. Philip Slater regarding the Emergency Watershed Protection Program.
All right. Coastal, you all may be needed for number 10, so you may want to pause a sec if you could, all right? All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, we set up. Sir, if you can go ahead and come to the mic, introduce yourself, your name and your address, please, for the record.
Good afternoon. I'm Philip Slater. I'm with USDA, NRCS, and MCL JASCO.
All right.
Coming to you from Villa Rica, Georgia.
Okay, sir.
All right.
Go ahead.
We had asked for some time to present this emergency watershed protection program to you. And again, my name is Philip Slade. I'm a retired USDA and RCS conservationist with 32 years of experience. And we was wanting to talk about this watershed protection program. It's a federally funded initiative designed to help communities recover from natural disasters by reducing the risk to life, property caused by wind, erosion, flooding, and other watershed impairments. The program is administered by the Natural Resources Conservation Service, which is part of the United States Department of Agriculture. I was just wanting to go through the process of applying for this particular program after a natural disaster. And usually after a qualifying disaster happens, the eligible sponsors submit a request in writing to their local NRCS state conservationists within 60 days of access to the site. And what you have in front of you is the letter that is a template that all you have to do is fill in the red part, and the black part is kind of worded so that you'll be sure to become eligible. And the letter itself is considered the application, and it must be signed by the certifying official. The letter must be sent to the NRCS office. It can be sent to your state office, which is located in Athens, Georgia. And also the address of the state conservationist, Terrence Rudolph, is on your handouts there. All right, as soon as this comes in, NRCS will complete what they call a damage survey report. And we call it a DSR, which conglomerates all the needed information and all the costs and all the planning that's going to go into this project. And that's sent to the national headquarters in Washington, D.C. And once those funds are available, they're sent back to NRCS, and that is dependent on how the DSR is worded and how the funds are asked for in your DSR. And we always have to talk about the funding part. That was the main objective for me to come and speak to you, to let you know that the funds are there and will be there, and they'll be presented by USDA and NRCS. The NRCS will be responsible for 75% of the programs of the projects, and the sponsor will be responsible for 25%. Now, if you are considered a LRA, which is limited resource area, NRCS will take care of the construction for 90%, and yours will be 10%, which we talked about the in-kind services. Your portion will be the 10 and 25%, which can be taken care of by in-kind services. And most people ask, what is a limited resource area? A limited resource area is what we define as where housing values and incomes are less than a state's average, and the unemployment is at least twice the U.S. average. And each one of those topics right there has to be checked yes. The housing value has to be checked yes. The income value has to be checked yes. And at least twice the unemployment rate of the U.S. That has to be checked yes. So if any of those are checked no, then you will not be a qualifying LRA. You as the sponsor and NRCS will enter into a formal agreement, which is be dependent on what the DSR, damage survey reports, is presenting. And then the emergency work is going to happen. And it's all the construction and all the designs and all that is considered and incorporated into this emergency work performed. And with everything, there's always a time frame. 60 days after the event happened, you can request. And 60 days after your request, the damage survey report is completed, which is completed by NRCS personnel and your people that you have along with NRCS. And then you have 220 days to get your designs and get all the work done. And then there's a 90-day closeout, which includes all the documentation, the receipts and all that to ask for reimbursement. So this is a reimbursement program. So I kind of condensed this down to about 3 minutes is what I told I had to speak. So I usually do this program in about an hour and a half. So we really condensed it down. So if you have questions and need to know a little bit more about this, we'll be glad to talk to you and send you on off to some of the people that are professionals in the state office to give you some needed information if you need it.
All right, Mr. Slater, I appreciate you with your wealth of knowledge. 32 years, that's impressive to say the least. I'm a little caught off guard, so if someone can help me kind of clarify whether it's the administrator, whether it's general counsel, or even Dr. Malik, is this something that we requested? Is this something we're looking to get into? Is this something that we're currently managing? Add some clarity to the committee for this.
Well, this is nothing to have anything to do with what, the request that I requested to speak with the commission board, and what we're trying to do is trying to get around and cover the sponsors that is responsible for the communities. And the sponsor, I guess if I back up here and show you that a state agency, a legal subdivision of a state government, a local government unit, a Native American tribe can qualify for this program. This is a program that USDA and NRCS offers to communities to recover after tornadoes, flood damage, wildfires, and that type of stuff.
Okay, good. Dr. Malik, so just for clarity, are you aware of this program? You have any familiarity with it or otherwise?
Yes, sir. We've been working with NRCS from day one of Hurricane William, and we secured the funding. Actually, in fact, I have a meeting this morning with that group. We're doing this creek cleanup with their funding, and their Georgia program manager for this program. So NRC has allocated up to 11.6 million, and then TA is around $12 million for us to do it, but they're going to pay for the actual work as per linear feet. So we're using the same contractor for Eileen. So yes, sir, yeah.
Okay, so
we're heavily involved in this.
Okay, so we're leveraging this already. It's already something we're looking at.
Yes, sir. They're supporting our creek cleanup.
Okay. All right, colleagues, are there any questions or any points of clarity needed for this one? All right, Mr. Slater, I appreciate your 32 years of knowledge and experience. I'd ask if you could please get with our engineering director, Dr. Malik, and just make sure that if there's any support or points of clarity needed, that we can provide that.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you, colleagues. I'd like to accept this as information. All right. Thank you again, Mr. Slater.
For the record, we're going to do that without objection from the other committees.
Yeah, no objections, Madam.
Okay. Item number 10 and 11 are, item 10 is discuss and set waste hauler collection fees for 2025 through 2026.
Yes, ma'am. And we're going to turn that over to our illustrious administrator. Coastal, appreciate you all standing by for any additional questions.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body. Let's talk about trash a little more. Of course, this is a topic that we had started initially talking about during our 2025 budget. And we were all aware that this was going to come back to us to make some, again, you've heard me say it several times, some tough decisions based on the fact that, unfortunately, some of the things that should have been or could have been addressed previously were not addressed. So just to go back to bring to everyone's attention, in 2013, the commission set the waste collection fee and directed that environmental services actually operate the fund by this fee. Expected operations included waste hauling and ancillary costs. So we talked about the ancillary costs at one of the previous meetings that Dr. Malik brought information back to you when we were originally discussing what rate we were looking at. So let me also state that we have to have this information, the waste haulers rate, our street light rate, as well as our millage information to our tax commissioner so that the bills can go out in accordance to the timeline. We have to have all that information to him no later than August 18th. So that August 18th is a really hot day for us. Commission further directed that the fee rate would be adjusted annually by the CPI. If franchise fees, taxes, pilot, or other fees were imposed on environmental services, the fee rate would be adjusted, and that the fee rate would be adjusted to reflect increases in bad debt expenses. Unfortunately, governing body, these adjustments were not implemented. So we've been utilizing this program for nearly 12 years, and none of the things that were originally voted on or supported by this governing body have been implemented. So let's look at what that has caused us, or what position that has caused us to be in. If you look at 2013 starting fee, we started at $310.50. If we would have continued with the CPI escalation as originally determined that we would, the billing in 2025 would have been $434.01. So that's where we would have been if we would have implemented the respective increases as determined. So now we're trying to play catch up. That's the hard part, because as mentioned earlier by Coastal as well as the governing body, we're now going from 2 services to 1. However, we did not do any respective increases along the way. So it makes, if I was, if you're sitting here, a taxpayer saying, well, you take it to 1, now we're going to look at increase in cost. That is the truth. That is, unfortunately, what has to happen, because we have not kept up with the inflation of actually doing business. We have not kept up with that. So if we had the adjustments been implemented, again, we'd have been at $434. And actually right now in 2025, our current rate is $320.50. So, direct cost of services. This is direct cost in accordance to what our contract actually states. I think before, when we presented this information, it was a little hard to understand. So we wanted to make sure that we actually broke it down so that you could clearly understand what we're looking at, and also to make sure our constituents, we wanted to be truly transparent and put everything out there so that a clear decision could be made. So when you look at our waste hauling contract fees, $18,451. Our disposal costs are $4 million. Our contract management and operational costs around $2.1 million. And our other waste management is about $2 million. And if you look over to your right, the other waste management includes downtown receptacles and special events, front loader contract, out of compliance waste and illegally dumped waste, and street sweeping. And if you look at street sweeping, we're talking about, because that's going to have to be rebid, about $600,000 a year. So the direct cost with 26 million, pretty much 27 million, to include the environmental compliance, because we do have to make sure we're being compliant with the environment. So then we talk about the ancillary costs. These are the costs of the things that are not directly associated with the contract. However, again, it was incorporated in the overall cost to our waste haulers' fees. So the things that we have are the vacant lots, the mosquito control, and demolition. Those are our ancillary costs, our indirect costs. And the county portion, of course, when you look at what we are seeing in vacant lots, would be about $600,000. The reason for that is when we look at the collections that we get for vacant lots, because we do bill people for the vacant lots cleanup that we do throughout the year, we add that to their tax bill. So we may collect back $400,000. All this is estimated in what we collect, because if people don't pay you back, you know, it's just an estimate. You would assume, based on a percentage of what we've been normally getting back, that's what we based that getting back this time. So looking at historical information. So I recommended to the engineering director, we did keep the 1 million in. Mosquito control, we looked at their budget for 2025, it was 240,000, and they asked for an operational cost increase when they came back the second time, which was about 60,000. So that's how I got the 300,000. I'm sure Dr. Donahue will probably say she wants more and needs more, but that's what we put, that's where the 300,000 came from. And the demolition is 750,000. So we're looking at about 1.6 of ancillary costs. Previously, I think that number was the 9.7, if you can recall, that we talked about last year when we were looking at what rate we were going to go to. That was if Dr. Malik could have got the dream, everything that he really wanted to do with those respective ancillary costs. However, we know we can't do that because those rates would definitely increase triple what we're looking at or more. So what we're looking at now are the respective ancillary costs. We've taken out all other costs that we could identify that may or may not be ancillary and or direct cost. So just to give you an update on what it costs to actually do a vacant lot, it's about $6,000 a week per contract crew. That contract crew, the recommended funding of $1 million would allow for 3 crews and 60 to 70 total cut lots per week. Again, that includes about the $400,000 in estimated vacant lot fee recovery, getting our money back by people who pay us back for cutting their vacant lots. Mosquito control, we talked about that, but the demolition going into that cost us about roughly $8,500 per property. It also is going to depend upon if there's any asbestos or anything else that increases that cost. Right now, currently, we have about 210 properties on the current demolition list. And so the recommended funding of $750,000 would allow for 85 to 90 demolitions to take place. So what do? I will say this, we cannot afford to kick the can down the road any longer. We have to make a tough decision as to how you want to proceed. But in the constituents' defense, we have to make sure we're accountable. So I'm glad that Commissioner Clark asked Coastal to stay, because Coastal, we're gonna hold you accountable. We need to make sure that our constituents get what they are paying for. Now, they're not happy about what they're gonna probably be paying for because they feel like the services are not where they should have been. But now that we're going into this new agreement, we wanna make sure that they're getting what they pay for. And I'll drive you guys crazy to make sure that they do, because we want them to be able to say, at the end of the day, regardless, my trash is being picked up on time, my recyclables are being taken care of, and our needs are being met, and we can see some form of improvement. We have to hold you accountable for that. So that's what we're trying to get to when we're looking at these respective costs. You could either go with the current, and you see what kind of red number that we see. We're looking at about 5.5 million in the hole if we keep where we are now. And we've broken it down by every segment of what we're doing. So everything should be clearly outlined on here. If we move it, option A, to $450 a month, you would look at least, reconcile, you would at least break even. You might even bring in 163,000. But option A does not include those ancillary costs. That's what I want you to pay attention to. It does not include those ancillary costs. So you will not be including the vacant lots, the mosquito control, or the demolition in that proposal for $450, an increase per month. But if you don't include it here, you will have to offset that to the general fund. And we all know we started in the general fund almost $8 million in the hole as it is. So that's another thing that has to be considered. If you do the $625 a month increase, that takes you to $395.50 a year. That does also include your ancillary costs. And with that, including your ancillary costs, because of the respective increase that we're charging per month, you will still be able to pretty much break even. I know it's a lot to think about. So what our next steps would be is determine whether you want to include the ancillary, those indirect costs in this whole thing, in our rate, and then adopt the preferred rate for the 2025 fees. Now, what we would do is the 2026 fees would remain flat. So whatever is determined, whether it be the 450 or the 625, the rates will remain flat for 2026, but starting in 2027, it is recommended, because of the inflationary cost, and I think Coastal will attest to that, they have costs too that are gonna be moving up and increasing. We would have to make an annual adjustment to keep up with the contract escalation. I was hoping I could bring you some great news, but I will assure you, and I'll get you ready for it, everything when we talk about money or budget, it's not gonna be great news. But I will make sure it's factual news, and I'll make sure that we do everything we can to be transparent to help you make good decisions.
All right, Madam Administrator, I appreciate the transparency. I know we do have some folks in the queue. I'm going to kind of stir and prompt this conversation forward. There's some of the ancillary costs that are on here. Just to be honest and transparent, folks aren't feeling an ROI. I don't see an ROI with some of these. I don't see one mosquito truck. I haven't seen too many street sweepers. And when it comes to our vacant lots and otherwise, with our demolition, I haven't seen a real true output yield in that as well. So with those, I have some question and concern about because I really don't see a return on investment for them. I know I had shared my concerns with you when you presented it. But I wanted to put that up out front now. That is a concern I have, and I know it's a concern that our constituent base is having as well.
Yes, sir. And I can ask Dr. Malik to speak to how we've been doing with the vacant lots, but I share some of the same sentiments that you have. Again, we've been hearing from the citizens and the constituents as it relates to their disappointment.
Correct.
And what we have been doing when it comes to to the services.
All right.
And we're looking to hopefully rectify all of that.
All right, before we have Dr. Malik clarify anything, I want to give the colleagues an opportunity, because I'm sure some of our questions may be around the same thing. I'll recognize Commissioner Guilfoyle from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're kind of at a disadvantage, Madam Administrator. We just received this information right before this presentation, and I know that some of the citizens already taking guesses at what everything's going to cost. I keep getting private message, even though I don't try to live on Facebook, but people send me private messages through Facebook. But some of these costs that you see, you know, if we would have implemented the 3% back in 2014, I was here in 2014. There was no need to do the 3% multiplier in the contract or 2015 or 2016 or 2017 because the landfill had money in the bank. It was doing the street sweeping. It was doing the demolition of houses. It was doing the vacant lot clearing, all in-house. You know, I'm trying to look at these dollars. I know that Coastal or new provider is going to have built-in cost every year. But maybe that's the percentage we need to go up just by that percentage. Because if you look at, if we start off at option A or option B, and let's say option B at $395, say $400. By the time 10 years come around, we'll be at $537 just for trash service for 1 day of wheat pickup. We got to be able to provide a service without having to, you know, keep going and charging astronomical numbers for a service that could be provided through a private carrier. Fortunately, in a town I live in, it's a private carrier, and it's a lot, it's basically a little bit more than what Coastal's charging Augusta, Richmond County. And I appreciate the value that you have given to the city as far as being the lowest cost. Some of these waste collection fee scenarios that's in here that I'm questioning, I know that the contract fee is $18,451,100. Disposal cost is $4 million. Explain that disposal cost, because is that the Coastal that's dropping there, and are they paying for the disposal, or are we absorbing it?
I'll let Dr. Malik address that.
Dr. Malik?
Yes, sir. So that's the disposal of the waste Coastal collect and take it to the landfills. So landfill being enterprise fund, that's the part of the overall collection and disposal. So
that's just directly from Coastal bringing their trucks in, dumping it, and they not charged any kind of fee whatsoever. Is that correct? That's
correct. But we track all those entries.
All right. So how do you determine it's $4 million?
It's based on
weight, like you would do your average contractor?
Yes, it's based on the way program was set it up originally on that, and also, yes, based on the cost. The rates, it was $3 million previously, and then the landfill fee were adjusted a year ago or a year and a half ago.
Okay, so the disposal cost of $4 million, that has profit built in for Augusta, Richmond County landfills. Would that be correct to say?
No, sir, not the profit, it's operational cost. And again, you know, these are two separate independent enterprise funds. They're not intermingled. So landfill are solid waste that is own accounting and all, and we don't transfer their funds, or you know, the city doesn't. Yeah,
that's fine. It wouldn't.
Yeah,
but in essence, the $4 million that is in here is built in with the cost that it would take to receive the waste, debris, et cetera, mill it in within our landfill, cover it up. That's part of it. It includes to pay the guy on the bulldozer, the guy that's at the weight machine, et cetera, right?
Yes, sir, it's
Okay.
the operational cost.
Okay, so the contract management operational cost is additional $2,168,000. That's additional on top of the $4 million that we already making a profit on. Am I getting this? Am I not getting this?
So the presentation has a breakdown, and that cost does not include the workers who are part of the solid waste landfill. These are the workforce and operation. They are in the waste collection program. Yeah. So these numbers do not include any costs associated with the landfill except the disposal fee.
So all the lines below our original contracts, it tallies up right at 6.5 mil. That's the meat of this cost of this trash service that goes directly to the landfill. Is that correct? The disposal cost, the contract management, the other waste management of $2,050,000, environmental compliance. So out of the $27 million, $18,451,000 is the actual cost that we give to Coastal. So out of that $8,500,000, that's for that directly. That's the direct. Goes directly into your account to oversee, to run the landfill.
I mean, it's a city account, really
Right.
not my account, but those two are different, really. The landfill, again, and the finance can speak more to it. Is independent account, and we cannot take. Even I wanted to move the money, I have to really give the approval of the finance, and it will have to come to this body on that. So it's independent, and this is just the collection program, and the way it was structured.
Right.
That's where all these complications coming. The way it was originally structured. So, and that's what I keep bringing up. Administrator brought it up. So moving forward, really the goal is to make it simple and clear.
Dr. Malik, I will reach out to the finance, intern finance director to try to get some clarity on this.
Yes, sir.
And I understand it going to different accounts, but all the accounts has Augusta written on it. We are the recipient of it. Mr. Chairman, can I ask the administrator one thing?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Administrator.
Yes, sir.
As far as these indirect ancillary cost of $1.6 million. I don't even care if we look at the $2.4 million. Why can't we put that on the SPLOST?
So
we were looking at putting demo of houses on there, wasn't we? That's not a maintenance item.
No, it's not. And we actually have some funding, and we have to work with legal to see it was funding available in one of the SPLOST. And I think I said that in one of the information updates I provided to you guys, that may be able to be used because it's labeled blight, and we may be able to utilize some of those funds, which will cause us not to have to budget it in this. But right now, until that's cleared up, we can't. So I don't want to take away from this and not know whether or not we can.
Well, that would be something we could direct the attorney to do, because if we went 2.45 times 5, we could put that on the SPLOST, and that'll cover the vacant lots, mosquito demolition. But I don't think there's a return on investment of $400,000, because I think it was $46,000 what Dr. Malik had told us on the demo of houses. But if we could put this on the SPLOST, that would reduce the exposure to the end user. Would that be correct?
That would be the demolition. Now, I'm not sure the vacant lot is more of an operational cost, because it depends on whether or not we get those respective work orders that go in, and we have to assign those crews.
But it's in blighted areas. It's a word game, I guess.
Yes, sir. So you're right. Legal would have to determine that, not, yeah.
Okay. He's choking on something. No.
Just on my words. I think that SPLOST is for capital purposes.
Right.
And so you can have some administrative costs, but things that are going to be more of a maintenance, cutting grass, things of that nature are going to be prohibited. So if you were taking down a building, we still have to get through the ownership issues and things like that. That would be something that would qualify, but the kind of ongoing annual maintenance would not be a SPLOST eligible.
Okay, so the vacant lots off the table, but we could still look at the demolition of houses. Would that be correct?
I think you look at that, and mosquito control again is probably spraying. I mean, you could do like eradication of flood areas. That would be something that you could potentially do. But if it's
that would help reduce our offset exposure to the state. Because we pay them, I guess, through engineering, through the stormwater. We pay them through our general fund, and we paying them through solid waste. I mean, they get in it every which way. So if we could look at that. Thank you, Madam Mr. Chairman, thank you for your time. Sorry to hold this body up.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Guilfoyle. We're going to go ahead and go through the queue. We've got a lot of folks in here. Commissioner from the first, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Allen, thank you. You said this wasn't good news, but I want to maybe say that it is kind of good news because now we know what direction to go in. So thank you for being so thorough on this. I want to, the ancillary cost for vacant lots and on, I think the next slide over. Can you go to the next slide?
Yes, sir.
Another one over, please. Okay, 2 back then, 2 to the left. One more, all right. For vacant lots, it says cost $6,000 a week. That would get us 3 crews, 60 to 70 cuts per week. How many crews do we have cutting right now? Do you know off the top of your mind? Or Director Malik?
Yeah, Dr. Malik, if you can clarify, you might as well stay up. There's probably going to be some questions back and forth.
Yes, sir. So presently it's $350,000 allocated, and there's 1 crew.
1 crew for the whole county?
Yes, sir. Because it's tied to the allocation of the funds.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the next slide again, please. Okay. Mosquito control. I know that during one of our budget workshops, we saw some additional funds allocated for mosquito control in different places. Can we take a look at that and see where we can recoup some dollars versus pulling from here? I know that there was, I don't remember how much it was, but it was enough to make me ask a question about mosquito control. I think it was under an NGO or something like that.
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay, can we look at all the places that we know of that we're pulling for mosquito control? I don't want to sound insensitive, but $300,000 is a lot for mosquito control, right? Off is like $5, but that's a different conversation. Demolition. I think 750. I don't know how much was allocated in the past SPLOST packages, but I'm gonna, we can take whatever we have and be good with it because anytime we get a chance to demolish dilapidated structures, that's good. This gets us, I think you said 90 per year or something, between 80 to 90 a year is what I think I read. Imagine if we had more, right? I'm not asking for more, but what I am saying is that if we have money allocated in the previous SPLOST and we can add the 750, we might be able to clear up some of these issues that we have. But I do want to look at the mosquito control dollars because I know that we are spending a lot of money or even considering spending a lot of money on mosquito control. And as far as the vacant lots are concerned, again, I mean, if we have a chance to get three additional crews, I mean, that would speed up things so quickly. And I think a lot of the reason why we're not seeing return on investment in a lot of these places is, similar to what we said in our previous meetings was that, we're expecting services to be at a level that we're not funding. And so I understand that the taxpayers are going to be on the hook for some of this stuff, but in order to see certain things happen, we've got to pay. We've got to spend the money, and all of the things that you showed us won't come for free. Even if we move this over to the general fund, it will come with a potential tax increase. And I don't, I am never the one to sit up here and say we have to raise our taxes, but I believe at this point, we have to find ways to generate additional revenue to provide quality services. And so if we want to see the lots get cut, we've got to pay to get them cut. If we want to see the houses be demolished, we have to pay to have them torn down. I don't know how we're going to keep operating with the same revenue streams that we've been getting if we haven't determined what a potential increase could look like. So I get it. I know it's probably not hot for some of us to have to deal with, but I'm with you, Ms. Allen. It's going to take some tough decisions to be made, right? So I'm not in a place where I want to suggest an option right now, but I do want to just submit for the record that I think that this $1 million for vacant lot maintenance is key, because that's something that we're always dealing with. The mosquito control might be a little too high, and demolition, while I think, other funding sources is good, addition of funding sources is even better. So I'll just leave it at that for now. I'll submit that for the record, Mr. Chairman, and anything that Dr. Malik or Ms. Allen want to add to this conversation, I'd be more than willing to listen, but I thank you for getting us to this point.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Commissioner Johnson. Let's go through the queue. District 2, Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you, Chairman Clark. I appreciate it. Thank you for your presentation, Administrator Allen. My questions are in regards to the mosquito control and street sweeping, and this can be whichever one of you can answer this question. Is the mosquito and the street sweeping an on-call service?
Go ahead. Yeah. So mosquito control is under the MOU services. Department of Health has MOU with the city of Augusta. There are 2 MOUs. One is under environmental services, and other with engineering, with stormwater.
I apologize. Can I interrupt you for one moment, sir? So let me rephrase my question. Constituents have to call in to request those services. Is that correct?
That's, for mosquito control. Yeah.
Okay. And for street sweeping as well, or is street sweeping always offered? I was told that you had to call in to request that.
So it's always offered, but if somebody wants, it's a quarterly service in the subdivision. Say if there is a special event or something going on, then they can, have a special request on that. But the contract called for entryways monthly and subdivisions quarterly, yeah.
Okay, so how long have we been operating both of those services as, I'm going to use the terminology on call, like as far as constituents call in to request it? How long have we been operating in that manner?
The mosquito control, I'm not sure about the environmental services when it was started, but the mosquito control with the stormwater went into effect in 2016 when the stormwater fee was implemented. The street sweeping previously were provided as a part of the the waste collection contract starting 2013. I believe it was Inland Services. They were doing it in 2018, and then there was transition that time from environmental service to engineering. I don't have all the facts why it took place. So the current contract is the last year of the contract, the 3rd year. So it started 2 years back. It's 25 and 23, yeah. So engineering is working on redoing the new contract.
Okay. I remember and I could be wrong, but I'm almost positive, when Department of Public Health came and they did their presentation, they spoke about constituents having to call in, and then they go out and they evaluate the area before they do the spraying. And I know Commissioner Johnson mentioned that there were several places where we've put mosquito control funding. But what happens, Administrator Allen, with the additional funds? So if we don't use all those funds, just saying that constituents can call in and request the service. Everybody's not calling in to request that service. So if we don't expend all the funds that are allocated to mosquito control, what happens to that funding that's not being spent?
So the funding would remain. I will say, according to the Department of Public Health, this is not enough funding. So they utilize all their funding each year, I guess is what I'm saying, Commissioner Pulliam. Their request, again, was for an increase when we last spoke with them in regards to the mosquito control. And this governing body also approved for them to get some capital purchases, another vehicle, enough to take care of the areas that they were saying they did not have enough actual vehicles, and they didn't have enough staff. I think we had to hire a part-time staff for them. So they would probably say this is not enough. And I will actually say Dr. Malik had asked for even additional funds than the $300,000, as he asked for about $450,000.
So we have in fact expended all of the money from 2024, 2023, all of that was expended. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Interim Finance Director, Mr. Schreier.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Those funds are sent to the Board of Health on a monthly basis. So if it's, for ease of math, $240,000 a year, they get a check for $20,000 a month. And then they expend those funds as prescribed.
And we actually have the receipts for that. I know we've talked about that in the past as well. So they have to turn in something to us at the end of the year showing that all of that's expended?
No, that's part of the agreement.
That's just part of the agreement? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, that answers my questions for now. I did want to ask for a point of clarity on something, and that is, as we're going through these fee scenarios, when we were first going through the contract and choosing the company that we were going to use and how we wanted these broken down, didn't we decide as a body the different ancillary costs and how that was going to be set up when we had Dr. Malik go back to the drawing board a couple times, or was that something different?
That was something that was deferred until we resolved everything and actually selected a contractor to go with for the waste hauling. And we said we would bring that information back.
Okay, but there were times that we did have him give us different scenarios, right? And then we
Yes,
just
ma'am.
decided to put a
Yes,
stop
ma'am.
on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this body actually came and said, no, we want you to do it this way instead. Can you do the breakdown this way? We did that about 2 or 3 times.
Ma'am, you're exactly right. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so we were aware of how these things would potentially look as we were going through this.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Administrator Allen. Thank you, Dr. Malik.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Schreier, Director Interim.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Pulliam. District 8, Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Chairman. All right, I'm going to start off just by saying that, you know, it's interesting when I'm sitting here looking at these fees and, you know, I see street sweeping and mosquito control. I mean, I kind of feel like we're funding something as mythical as Bigfoot out there because, frankly, I don't see these services. I mean, I can't tell you the last time a street sweeper's been in District 8. Actually, I can because the last time I saw one was in 2019, right before I took office. It was mentioned earlier that mosquito control used to be paid out of the stormwater fee. And I think part of it still is, correct, Dr. Malik?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what that amount is?
The way I'm using it is it says up to 260, and they begin to claim 260, so it's 260. But really, the way I'm using it is up to 260 is not a fixed one.
Like 260,000?
Yes, sir. And then 225 they get from environmental services, so it's 600, 400.
All right, so that if it's $260,000 that we pay to mosquito control, Tim Schreier just said we write a check for $20,000 a month, correct? Oh, so that's not the actual figure? Oh, well, because that equals to about $21,667 a month that we could pay for that out of the stormwater fees. I'm just trying to understand why we're wrapping so much of these services that, you know, I've never turned in a home to be demolished in my district. Tony Lewis has never turned in a home to be demolished in his district. Tina Slindak has not ever turned in a home. So once again, you have the suburban areas of Augusta, Richmond County, basically paying the cost for the urban service or the urban tax district, which once again, why does a consolidated government still have two tax districts? Why do we still have, that separation when we're supposed to be consolidated government? But that's a conversation for whatever reason. In the last 7 years that I've been up here, nobody wants to have that conversation, including our previous finance director. As our citizens are getting very irate about these escalations in cost, and I understand that certain things should have happened in this contract where I'm not sure whose responsible was to implement the original thing that you showed us where there's supposed to be the increases. Why was that never implemented? Did we know? Because once again, in this government, it was like, well, that's the way it was before, when I got here. Sorry, the person before me or before them, they didn't do it. We are all sitting up here on it as a body. We're all experiencing the ramifications of people before us. And people are looking at us to fix it. And we're having to make some tough decisions. And frankly, I don't like making these decisions. I don't want to tax myself more because, contrary to popular belief out there, guess what? We still pay taxes up here. That's always a fun call to take. That I know y'all are exempt, but we don't. But as we're looking at these costs, I do not think it is fair to our taxpayers to say, hey, by the way, your trash service has gone from 2 times a week when it was first implemented, and then we gave you an extra receptacle and we're only picking up once a week because guess what? Some of our previous colleagues that sat up here said, we don't want these trucks running through our neighborhood twice a week because they're tearing up the roads, but we're going to do recycling, so we're going to send 2 trucks through your neighborhood once a week because that'll be better. So if y'all can make sense of that, let me know. And I'm serious. These are things that happen, and these were the conversations when I first took a seat up here. Those were conversations, and those were the rationales that were being told to me. And it didn't make sense then. It still doesn't make sense now. But yet, we're fixing to tell our citizens, by the way, we're taking one of your receptacles away for 30% of you, and your rate's going up $54 a month if we take the low cost. A year. Well, $54 for, just as the chairman said, what's the ROI on that? Other than we're getting trash picked up the same way that it was. And it's really unfortunate that we're in this situation. We had to bid out this contract because guess what? We had extended it as far as we could. So I don't know why we continue to wrap all of these services up under certain umbrellas. I don't understand it. We talk about demolishing houses, and then we also talk about lot maintenance. Guess what? The more houses we tear down, the more lots we're going to have to maintain. And if you look at this, that lot maintenance is the higher cost of all of this. Makes no sense. We're not recouping the money. All we're doing is increasing the tax burden on our citizens that actually pay taxes and take care of their properties. There was a conversation earlier in another meeting that we had. When are we going to stop this? I don't know what the answer is here. I don't think increasing somebody's cost by this amount in 1 year and then also saying, by the way, the following year is going to be 3% more because that's just what we're estimating. And they're asking, what do I get out of it? Basically, all you do is say, well, your trash is picked up, and guess what? Somewhere else, a house is getting torn down. I mean, I really don't know what to say. I mean, the amount of calls that I've gotten in regards to this, I really have no answers.
All right, Commissioner Garrett, I appreciate that clarity. You summed up what a lot of us are carrying right now in frustration. Before I go on to Commissioner from the 4th, our General Counsel has been in the queue for a minute. I want to give him an opportunity, sir.
I just want to make sure that when you're discussing demo and SPLOST and things like that, that's going to have some restrictions on what can be demoed as opposed to flexibility of what is being described here. So I just, we'll look into anything they'll ask us to, but it's going to be a little bit more restricted to use SPLOST.
All right. Colleagues, I do want to make a reminder to you all what the administrator said earlier. As we're kind of going through all of this, we have until the 18th of August to submit our decision to the tax commissioner's office so that they can advertise appropriately to the constituents.
Yes, sir.
All right. Going to recognize Commissioner from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the administrator. Mr. Administrator, and my question centers around slide number 8, the next steps.
Ma'am?
Okay, I see where if no matter which one of these plans we pass, because we're gonna have to do something. As you said, we kick the can down the road, and we can't kick it any. Well, we can, but it's not gonna do us any good to continue. Pay me now or pay me later, basically, is what it is. And I see no matter what plan that for 2026 is going to be flat. So that means there's not going to be an increase. But then in 2027, you're gonna hit me with a 3%. And I did some quick math. And I'm not a math teacher or anything like that, but right now it looks like we're $113.50 short right now. If no matter which one we end up with, a 3% increase is going to be almost $12, between $11.50 and $12 a month, if my math is correct. Is that pretty much on target? If it's $3.95 at 3%, I came up with $11.86. I rounded it up to 12.
Yes.
If my math is correct.
My math is correct. Let me go to our CPA. $12 a year.
$12, okay. But I guess my question personally, instead of hitting me with 3%, hit me with 1.5% in 2026 and hit me in it with another 1.5% in 2027. But for me, the ultimate question is, if we increase 3% per year, will we ever catch up? Because we're still short. So at what point will we catch up and maybe have a truly flat year or a super, super small increase? Is that even possible?
So right now, if option B or even option A was selected and you didn't do any of the ancillary costs that you've been discussing, you would equal out to it and have actually a surplus of $163,000. So if you did option B and you didn't do any of the respective ancillary costs, you would have a surplus of like $2.1 million.
But is that, either one of those increases, is that enough so we would not have an increase in, say, 2026 or 2027?
So what happens is, and the coastal, our contractor can attest to this, they have an escalated fee of an increase because of their respective costs. So their costs, 2026, they're not charging us an increase. So in 2027, that's when their percentage of increase begins. So that's why, yes, thank you. So that's why we started it in 2027. Because we know it's going to be a shock to the citizens, and we understand that, and unfortunately, it is. And to Commissioner Guilfoyle's point earlier, yes, in those previous years, back in 2013, 2014, there was funding available to take care of the respective costs. But those respective costs have continued to increase. However, there was funding that absorbed them. Now we don't have that funding to absorb those respective costs anymore. And so by never having a respective escalation, you were not covering all your respective costs. As with our utility bills, every year it goes up 3%. It was already established because that was the respective budget model to utilize to make sure that we were taking care of the respective costs that were coming in to cover those costs. And even with that, we realized 3%, it was going on for years until we realized you had to even increase it to, I think, 4% to cover it. So this is what we're looking at to cover it. I think if we continue with the escalation, we should not be where we are now with the respective deficit.
So then in essence, at some point, we will gain what we lost.
We will probably never gain what we lost.
Well, at least stay
even.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Stay even. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Commissioner from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to maybe address the lens here a little bit. Something that Commissioner Turnley said this morning at her swear-in was that she always sees things half full, and I want to try to take a half full approach with this one. So I'm gonna try for the first time in 5 years, right? Okay. So when we look at demolition of blighted properties, we should look at those as investments, because if we're able to demolish 90 properties a year, that's 90 opportunities for the land bank to acquire property and to work with HCD to build 100 new homes or 90 new homes in one calendar year. I think a lot of the problems that we've been having when we have blighted properties being demolished and then turned into vacant lots is that there isn't a real plan as to how many units you want to put on the ground. I'm talking single family units or lots that you can consolidate to turn into apartment complexes. We're not asking for properties to be demolished just because we want them out of the neighborhoods. If we have 100 homes added to the tax roll, you bring in more than $750,000 in property taxes at the end of that year, right? So I'm looking at this as being an investment that we could make by using this to put more properties on our tax rolls. And I just don't see how we could move forward as a government without making proper investments in things like demolition and vacant lot control. We have to get creative in how we do them, but there's such critical needs in the community, and I don't disagree with Commissioner Garrett at all. The needs out in South Richmond County are much different than the needs in urban Richmond County, but the money that comes back into the coffers through the sale of properties, the sale of homes and things of that nature, and property taxes are going to be used in South Richmond County just like they will be used in the urban core as well. And so I agree with him that we do need to have a conversation about why our community is so split like that, but I want to continue to drill in that the demolition of properties in Augusta, Richmond County is not just about making a neighborhood look good. When you demolish 40 properties in a neighborhood in Bethlehem or anywhere near Bethlehem, now you have an opportunity to build something that can add to your tax rolls. And I think that's what we're missing out on. That we already know that we're being outgrown by Aiken County and Clement County, and that's not because they have restaurants, it's because they have places for people to live. And so this, in my mind, is an investment in the overall goal of growing Augusta, Richmond County, and I would really implore this committee and this body to not make light of the necessary dollars that we need to grow our county. And so I wanted to submit that just because I'm really passionate about it. It's not just because we want communities to look good. It's because we can grow Augusta by doing so and making those necessary investments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Not seeing any additional colleagues in the queue. Colleagues, we have a decision. The administrator is asking us to make a recommendation to set the fees based off of the presentation that she presented. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I have a question.
Give me one sec, Commissioner Guilfoyle. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes, sir. Administrator Allen, if we move those funds, those programs to the general fund, do we have is the money currently there to move to the general fund without creating any issues, or we have to pull from reserves? Are we in a position to fund those through the general fund?
No, sir. So that would be an additional cost to our general fund budget.
So we would have to pull from reserves to supplement in general fund?
Yes, sir.
Can the reserves handle it?
Well, with the hurricane and everything and waiting to get our reimbursements from FEMA, I wouldn't recommend us going into our fund balance at this time.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll just throw it out there while we're still having conversations. I'll make a recommendation for option B.
Okay, Commissioner from the first has made the recommendation to support option B. Do I have a second? All right.
Mr.
Hearing
Chairman?
no second. Go ahead. Commissioner from the 10th.
I would ask that the staff look at to see what we could do to sharpen our pencil, number one. Let's look at other ways. Let's diversify because we receiving trash from outside the area, outside counties, but they pay the same thing as our regular in-county workers are doing. This is something that the mayor has been bringing up since he's been in office. But let's put the impact on the end user. You know, naturally, the trash people, the citizens is going to be the common denominator by they always going to have their trash picked up, but we don't want to get to the point where their trash is not being picked up. But let's look at avenues to where we can look at increasing the per yardage cost for outside the area, because the only other place to put it, they got a transfer station over there in Columbia County, and I think they got something in Beach Island, Aiken. You could clarify that, Dr. Malik, but I'm not ready. I'm not going to move on this big of an action, one of the largest contracts that we do, when we just received the information about 47 minutes ago. It'll be foolish on my part, but I would ask that staff would go back and look at other options to where we can increase the other people's, to where you can make more profit. That's where you want to be at, Dr. Malik, in your department. But as far as me voting on something right now, I would vote on asking staff to go back, sharpen their pencil, and look at other means of revenue besides going up $30, $40 per year on trash service, where we're going to far exceed any other community around here on trash pickup, which is something I can't argue. I can't argue. There's no reason for me to argue because I can't win the argument on this one, because I'm going to ask the director to go back and see what he could look at increasing out of town. Let's look at these in use and the demolition. Even if we put in a policy, if any demolition's done in Augusta, Richmond County, the demolition has to go to our landfill. Other communities do that. That way you know for sure you're going to get the service provided in that community. I'm just trying to find solutions to the problem. The solution is not saying, hey, we need since it ain't been raised by 3% multiplier over the past 10 years, we're going to go ahead and do it now on this one. If we look at coastal's cost on the contract, previous contract that was presented to us 6 months ago, it was $3 million more than what they are charging us at this time. But that $3 million seemed to dissolve or evaporate from this conversation here from what we presented 6 months ago, where the contract was $21,985,000. I mean, that's $3 million. So let's look at it, Dr. Malik. I'm not picking on you. We asking for your help is basically what we're doing. We asking for the attorney to see if we could implement SPLOSH. That way it's paid. A lot of it's paid from outside the Augusta area to do this demo of houses. That way it helps District 1, District 2 that has 85% of the demo. And for my colleague on District 1, it takes $200 million worth of building to garner $1 million worth of general fund. So that takes a lot of building to generate $1 million of tax money. So I definitely appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Guilford, are you putting it in the form of a motion?
Yes, sir. Motion for the director or staff to go back and see if, look at alternatives of increasing the yardage rate for outside agencies and in increasing the people who's utilizing that dump. I mean, it's costing us. I mean, right now, just in this contract alone, it's $8.5 million where we have overhead and overseeing, trash, maintenance, et cetera. I don't know what it costs to operate that landfill, but if you're getting $8.5 million in this, and then your big general revenue is coming from people pulling in them trucks on that scale, sliding that credit card. I might be wrong, but I know trash is cash. Thank you.
All right, we got a motion on the floor. We'll hear a second.
You can second it.
All right. I'll second it, but I want to ask the administrator, this puts you all on the bubble. Dr. Malik, don't go too far away there, sir, because that means you're going to have to actively be fully engaged in trying to bring another solution, if one possible, with this. But what's the staff's recommendation?
So I will say this, and to Commissioner Guilfoyle's point, we've had several meetings. We've sharpened the pencils as best we possibly can.
Right.
The business model that was selected for Augusta Richmond County, of course, as we know, is different from our neighboring counties. So in our neighboring counties, and of course, we're here now, so we have to deal with that.
Right.
Because the governing body, determined that we wanted to contract these services out, where in Columbia County, you get your own haul of, we would have never been having these discussions right now.
Right.
And everybody be responsible. So it really it depends on the business model. So since we're here, and this is the business model, we have not operated it as a business, unfortunately.
Right.
Even with the respective costs, if we took out those 4 years that we were talking about, Commissioner Guilfoyle, where the funding was there in that budget, that funding was actually utilized, like I said, to offset those respective costs that were coming in. We don't have that. We're not in a place where we have that availability anymore, unfortunately. So now we have to look at, even if we would have brought those increases up, we would have been looking at $434. So we're looking at option B. If we were to follow option B, we're still looking at less than $400.
Right.
I don't disagree. This is not something that any of us wanted to bring forward to this governing body. I wouldn't want to hear it. And a constituent, I don't want to hear it. But what you do have to do is keep in mind, as I said at our budget retreat, and you'll hear me say it numerous times, so you're going to, ad nauseum, you're going to get tired of hearing me. We have our level of expectations here, but we never did anything with the respective revenues and resources to meet the needs of the expectations. So as a citizen, yes, I have expectations for the government. I have expectations that I expect our government to meet our needs. However, when we never do anything to move this needle to get to their expectations, we have that problem. We have that gap. And so, yeah, they don't trust the government to do what they said they're going to do, and yeah, you're increasing my rate. Don't disagree with them. But what we have to do is give them something that, unfortunately, they're not going to be happy with, but hopefully make sure that we're being accountable to them to meet the needs that we are promising them. We have not done a real good job of that in the past.
Yes, ma'am. So we're dealing with what we're having to deal with, and we got to make the decisions.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Guilfoyle?
Yeah, just for Madam Administrator, I'd like to reply. The expectations right here.
Yes, sir. Okay, right here.
Just right here. We're relying on a company that we got a contract with.
Yes, sir.
They held by a contract to do their job.
Right.
So I expect them that they're going to hold to a higher level of standard to get the quality that we need to get the citizen. But if you look at all the additional, it's not the contractor, it's what we have in our government, what it takes to operate, just to tell them how to do it, for us to maintain, for them to do it. Every time the government does something, I'm not picking at you, I'm not picking at the staff. Is the example of stormwater. We asked for the max $6.40 per 4,400 square foot. It was supposed to resolve all these issues. I still got all my docs of everything that was supposed to be fixed. But then, Dr. Malik he don't have the $15 million that we're supposed to get because it went to employees. And so we can't provide a level of service for SPLOSH either. For the stormwater either. There's got to be some kind of common ground where we should be able to provide a service such as trash to where it's within a reasonable cost. Other cities do it. Other municipalities do it. And they do it cost effectively. Augusta Richmond County is the only one where we find ways and means on how we could get the max too. maybe we need to look at how we do our operations. It's just.
I don't disagree with you, Commissioner Guilfoyle, at all.
We just can't charge a max for service and provide less of a service to the end user and say, hey, this is a good deal. This is what the challenge that this body is going to have. And to be truthful, I mean, fortunately, you know, heck, even though the contract's signed, no, I don't want to say that we need to tell the individual citizens supply their own, because I've been to Maine. I was in Tennessee this week. The roads are clean. The people's yards look good. It's just, I know if we didn't have a trash service, our city would look worse. So for Dr. Malik, for you to come back and say, hey, if I increase these yardage for these out-of-towners that's using it, utilizing it, these commercial accounts, if we increase theirs by 5 to 7%, we haven't did a multiplier on any of them over these years, have we? Nope. We haven't increased that because we were governed by Waste Management since they were our biggest customer, 56%, I believe. You could tell me if I'm wrong. We were governed by them, but we were so infatuated with this one company that we forgot who we provide service for, and that's who we're going to hit the end user to raise the fees. But maybe what we need to do is, does it have to be done next week? This has to be finalized next week?
I always call a special called meeting, but we have to have the information to the tax commissioner, according to our tax commissioner, by the 18th, because they have to send that information for the tax bills.
Okay. Dr. Malik, can you look at a scenario, what it would cost by raising the other providers by 5 to 7% instead of us raising 12, 15, 10%? See how the scenario would look, because you got 46,000 residents out there that we're going to be addressing, where you got, 2,300 individual contractors. Path of least resistance there.
Commissioner, Dr. Malik.
Yeah, let me clarify this thing. The presentation or the material presented today is not by me. It's a team effort, but compiled by everybody. So
that was the reason why I used the term
that's
staff.
Not my recommendation. I tried last year and then put it down. Yes, I'll look at whatever this body directed me to look at. Yes, I will look at that. But again, the landfill operation is independent of the collection operation. So to offset the collection expense using landfill fund, this body has to make certain decision, and probably finance can weigh into that part. So.
All right, folks.
Right, those are two separate accounts.
Right. Okay. Well, I think we are where we are. The mayor's gotten in and out 2 or 3 times, so I'm going to ask him before I move on to give clarity to the clerk about the motion. Mr. Mayor, you have anything you want to chime in on? All right. Commissioner Johnson, you jumped in about 3 times as well. You good? All right. Commissioner from the 10th, if you can clarify. Commissioner from the 10th, if you can clarify to the clerk your motion so that we can give clear guidance to the staff. And if we can add a time frame, that will help since we're up against the bubble. If you can just clarify the motion.
Dr. Malik, how long will it take for you and staff to present something back to us if we looked at raising the other companies 10%, and that way we could see what the offset would be? A week, 2 weeks?
I can bring it back at the commission meeting.
We just don't want to present it the day of the commission meeting. It'll give it time to absorb it, Can we get it before the commission meeting by chance, Dr. Malik? I'm not trying to, if you need to go back to committee, I'd be happy to. The last thing I want to do is pressure you to do something that's good you're going to do in haste.
The committee will everybody else enough time to look at it.
Let's do that.
In addition to me, but yes, sir. All we need to look at the incoming waste from outside and how it is tagged, whether it is incoming, Richmond County or not, we do have, with Burke County, and this body approved MOU with 3% escalation. If
Well,
this
listen-
body want to use that model, the only thing is we have to really look at to determine whether the incoming waste is a Richmond County or not a Richmond County.
No, just look at anything commercial, any commercial accounts that you got. I'm probably going to get some phone calls from a couple friends of mine, but it's going to happen. But
Yes, sir. So, like state does 75 cents per ton surcharge. That's what we collect as a part of the fee.
Right.
So if that's what you want to do, like $1 surcharge to, commercial.
Well, let's look at the
Yeah.
10% number. Yeah, let's across the board 10% on your commercial, on your yardage.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll make a motion for this to be presented back on the next committee cycle, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, are you good on the context of the motion?
So he's referring it to the next committee meeting.
That'll give us enough time?
Well, the next committee meeting, Ms. Bonner, is the
Okay.
12th.
August 12th, yeah.
Ooh, that's cutting it.
So we'll have to
Gross.
have, the commission meeting will be 7, that'll be after.
Yeah.
He needs the information.
He needs it before then.
Yes, sir.
So we'd have to have it, ideally, we'd have to have it for next commission meeting, which would be on the 5th of August, correct?
Yes, sir. And we can still have additional discussion and have it on the 12th as part of the special called meeting.
Yeah, it will qualify because it will be urgent by then.
Correct. Correct. But colleagues, with the understanding that if there's a need for a special call meeting, I mean, we're trying to make sure that we advocate for the constituents. And the conversation is that dire. I know General Counsel is raring to go and pumped up about it as well. He sent me a message saying he was excited about being a part of this. So please leverage him wherever you all can as well. Dr. Malik?
Yeah, just for clarity purpose, so the 10% escalation is on the unit price per ton, what they pay, right? Yeah.
However you do it.
Just add the clarity, Dr. Malik, if we need to get some, if you all have some additional questions, please leverage the engineering committee or any of the colleagues so that we can get to the right point, starting with Commissioner Guilfoyle.
That's the fair way to do is to escalate per ton. That's what the state, they have 75 cents. This is 10%.
Okay, Madam Administrator, Dr. Malik, Maddie Sue, of course, as well. Appreciate you all's work. Looking for some additional effort to see how we can fight for our constituents and these rates that we're presenting to them, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Madam Clerk, we want to go ahead and vote based on the motion.
Yes, sir.
Colleagues, do you all need to hear the motion again?
Yes, please.
Madam Clerk?
We're deferring it to the special call meeting. I mean, there was never, No, you're just referring it to the special call meeting on August 12th.
Okay, I know he had put it in a motion, so I just,
Yeah,
okay.
we're just
all right.
deferring it.
We're deferring it then. Thank you for that. I know, y'all keep me right. Appreciate you. Last one, yeah, you're the only one that voted, Commissioner Johnson. Last one is number 11, if we can clarify that one, and then we can get out of engineering services.
Item 11 is discuss and set streetlight fees for 2025 and amend the streetlight ordinance accordingly as needed.
All right. Tim, before you get started, Coastal, again, thank you for standing by for the conversation. Thank you for your partnership as well. We'll be leveraging and relying upon you all as well. All right. Interim Director of Finance, Tim Schreier.
Good afternoon again. We're discussing how we're going to pay for the 26,000 streetlights we have in Augusta, Richmond County.
My favorite conversation.
I know.
It was.
The agenda for today is just update on the fund, parcel count, recommended streetlight fees, how this would affect the urban service district millage rate, and the recommendation. Currently, the special fund, as of the end of 2024, has a $900,000 deficit. That has been growing. The deficit or the fund balance has gotten smaller each year because the funding has not been keeping up with the cost of the streetlights. As you can see, the average cost of our expenditures have gone up since 2018, 5.2%, while our revenue has gone up 0.8%. And the last 2 years, or last year, the expenditures went up 12%, while our actual revenue from collections went down slightly. Just for those that like graphs and charts, you can see the blue line is our total revenue. That spike in 2021 was the first additional income from, or transfer from the ARP funds to defer any increase in streetlight fees. But as you can see, has not kept up with the expenditure levels. Parcel count. This is as of 2024. I got this information from with the help of the tax commissioner and tax assessor's office. Currently, we have 83,881 parcels in Augusta, Richmond County. Our plan is to charge a fee to all parcels. The fee, I know you've been waiting in bated breath for this one. Currently, our fee is, if you have a streetlight, you're getting charged, residentials are getting charged $85 per light, or per year. Commercial properties are getting charged $107 per year, and this shows up on your property tax bill again. Again, we're faced with that urgency of August 18th. The proposed fee would to increase residential fees to $110, commercial fees to $185, exempt properties would be $110, and then the residents that are not paying anything right now, we would charge them a base fee of $60 per year. And this is the HOAs that pay for their own, people that don't have streetlights on their street. The philosophy behind that is streetlights benefit everybody. Even if you don't have a streetlight on your street, if you drive at night, you're benefiting from having those streetlights. And then with the urban service district, because as has been mentioned, they do pay a separate millage rate. We would reduce, they'd be charged $110. However, only $50 would be billed, $60 would be billed additional, and then $50 would be reduced. We would reduce the millage rate to offset that. It's not a dollar for dollar, but there would be a reduction in the millage rate for the urban service district. This methodology will give us a surplus of $700,000. It would take 2 years to offset the deficit, but we would be stable for 26 and 27.
All right, we got Commissioner Garrett, and you ready for questions, Tim?
Sure.
Interim Director, Tim.
Did you call me?
Yes, sir, I did.
Sorry. All right. I'm not sure if we should go ahead and let you finish up, and then we can just circle back, because 2 slides from now is where I have a very big issue. When you start talking about the urban tax district, the fact that just because you're going to charge them $110 for streetlights, it's going to cause their millage rate to go down, which means that their bills are actually going to go down overall, which makes no freaking sense to me.
We don't, I mean, we can just we can just add $110 to their bill. That would be fine too.
Well, I mean, that's what you're doing to everybody else. And, you know, I'm not even sure that you can bill the city of Hepzibah Blythe for streetlights. I mean, those cities have been exempt as far back as I can remember. So just because they live in Richmond County, their tax bills are far different than ours. And I think that's going to be a far different fight. I mean, we've had this discussion numerous times over the years about why Hepzibah and Blythe are exempt. It's because they're their own city, and
We were taking the opinion that they are all residents of Richmond County, sir.
but for people who do not currently get billed for streetlights outside of Hepzibah and Blythe, you're going to add $60. And then if you go back to the previous conversation we just had, the bare minimum that we're talking about is adding $54 to it. So it's $114 extra on their tax bill that people on fixed incomes, people who are not anticipating their mortgage rates going up because of these new fees. There's a lot of things that are going to happen here. I just don't understand how we've gotten to this place, and I don't even know why we're having a conversation around streetlight fees. Where for 2 years now we've been trying to have a conversation about having Georgia Power handle all of our streetlights across the city, but for whatever reason we've slow walked that one because, once again, the previous director that we had said that Georgia Power could not be the sole source for our streetlights, even though, surprise, surprise, Georgia Power provides the power to them. But I know that's not your fault, Tim. I know that's not your fault, Administrator. Dr. Malik, I know that's not on you either. But, we're having these conversations once again about, well, this is just the way it's got to be. We're going to hit these folks with these fees, and, yeah, they can pay them. It goes back to the same conversations we had back when stormwater rolled out. People are still calling each week, what am I getting out of this? I just don't understand how you can propose a fee. You can, even according to the paperwork here, the majority of our streetlights, or let me put it this way, the majority of the 26,000 streetlights we have that belong to the city of Augusta, not the 80,000 that are in this county, or 60,000 or however many it is. John Ostry's not here to correct me on that one.
There's 26,000 streetlights.
That belong to Augusta. That's not.
There's 26,000. This is from what John shared with me. There's 26,000 streetlights. Georgia Power owns 18,000.
Okay.
Jefferson Electric owns 2,000.
You're right.
And Augusta owns 6,000. There's currently an agreement with Georgia Power to do they're performing an audit to determine the valuation of those 6,000.
Yeah, because we're finally moving forward with that. But what I'm getting at is the majority of those streetlights are in the urban district. And so, you go 2 slides from now, you're talking about their entire tax bill is going down by more than $110 because you're going to have to lower the millage rate because of the way this antiquated system with us having 2 tax districts in this consolidated county supposedly is set up. So once again, the suburban districts where a majority of us sitting up here represent are funding the bill for the majority of the lights.
All right, Commissioner from the 10th, Commissioner Guilfoyle.
What a day. Mr. Schrader, tell me what under the billable, under current program, you got the residential, you got your commercial, you got your exempt. Tell me what the exempt is, the 501s?
That would be the property that's classified as exempt. 501c3s, the nonprofits, churches.
Commercial properties.
Churches that,
Commercial properties.
that are not paying an ad valorem tax. But they are parcels. Parcels that do not pay an ad valorem tax, they're exempt. These would be charged a fee instead of streetlights.
Help me out with this. As far as the urban, suburban, with us having 2 different taxes, I'm going to try to chime in on what Commissioner Garrett was talking about. Did we, a couple years back, actually was able to separate and bill out trash separately out of on our tax bill?
Yes, sir. We did reduce the millage rate when that happened.
Okay. How do we do the street light where it's a separate line item on the tax bill as well? I mean, the more that we could chip away from having 2 divided bills or tax structures. the better off we would be.
I mean, currently, if you're charging streetlight, it is a separate line on your tax bill.
I didn't hear that. Why do we have to adjust the millage rate? It was the question, sir.
To maintain some form of equity, we do not have to. This is what we have been discussing in the past, that, again, following the methodology of the garbage collection, when it was included in the urban service millage rate, we kept it in there, but since we split it out, we reduced the millage rate. We're splitting that out as a separate line on your tax bill, so we're giving you some credit because you're still paying, instead of paying it in your millage rate, you're paying it as a separate line item.
Right.
If the body decides just to have one flat rate throughout the county, we could do that.
No, the residential and the commercial should be, in my mind.
Well, I mean, just for residential, I'm sorry.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, can I ask the attorney a question?
Yes, sir.
Attorney Plunkett, as far as Hesba and Blythe, with them being their own municipalities, what did the charter say about what we can and cannot do?
Mr. Guilfoyle, I'd be quite honest with you. I don't have the charter, memorized in that sense, but I can get you an answer, tomorrow. Unfortunately, it would be just a guess in that regard.
Okay.
And I have note already to take down to get you an answer on that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Trader, as far as Georgia Power, where are we at trying to do business with them?
From what the information I was shared was Georgia Power is doing the audit that should be completed in September, October of this year. That's phase one. They'll do the audit. Then we'll come back and we'll start phase two, negotiating if Georgia Power is going to purchase the streetlights, our streetlight system from us. And then in turn, we would turn around and purchase, or would buy the lights, pay a fee per light per month.
Okay. Why don't we, again, we're going to have to look at this to address this. If we naturally, Hesba and Blythe, we cannot touch whatsoever. And you're going to, as far as these HOAs, these gated communities, we never charged them before. How are we going to implement it now?
That program has been in place. I mean, what we would do is the HOAs that do pay for their lights would request that transfer them lights from their responsibility to Augusta.
And if they do not?
Then the HOA would still be responsible for paying the lights, and the residents of those HOAs would be charged another streetlight fee at the lower rate, at the $60 per month or per year.
Okay. All right. No, I definitely appreciate that, Mr. Schrader. And Mr. Plunkett, if you could get back with us, because we can't proceed forward because these numbers are going to be skewed and no different than the last time numbers were given to us. We was able to do it in a revenue neutral way. But they come to find out 2 months later, hey, we were given the wrong number. So I'd rather make sure. I do realize that if we have a service, we do have to pay for it. This is lights is throughout the county, but we shouldn't be charging people that shouldn't, Hesba and Blythe, if it's not in the charter, we don't need to charge them. So that's be something that we can move this forward to the next commission meeting, and hopefully we'll have some information provided to us.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner from the 10th. Commissioner from the 1st.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Schreier, is there a deadline for any rate changes that you're proposing?
Again, this will go on the 2025 property tax bill, so we'd have to have everything finalized by no later than August 18th.
Okay, and then just for the record, can you give us your elevator pitch on why this is important? Why the proposed increases that you're presenting to us is important?
It's very basic, sir, just trying to keep things equal. Our expenses are higher than our revenues. We no longer have the advantage of having any ARP funds to offset any increases. So to keep the fund balance or the fund solvent, we need to raise revenues, additional revenues. And because this is a fee, it would be for streetlights. If we don't keep the fund solvent, then this would have to, eventually this would have to be rolled over into the general fund.
And that dollar amount that will be rolled over into the general fund would be that just to think right now would be that 7.9. Is that what would go to the general fund? Can you show that to me again?
Okay, hang on, let me.
If we don't make them solvent, what number would go into the general fund?
If we don't make it solvent, just looking at last year, not taking into account any additional costs from Georgia Power, it would be another $1 million to the general fund.
Another $1 million.
I'm sorry, it'd be $2 million because that we don't have $2 million.
$2 million. Okay.
We have almost $1 million loss. We had a little over $1 million transfer from ARP in 2024. So it'd be a $2 million increase in expenditure levels to the general fund.
Okay. I mean, it seems like the themes are really consistent across different conversations, is that Augusta has put itself in a position to where we are really boxed into either growing or not growing, is, swallowing cost or not. I think the base of everything is exactly what our administrator just shared with us last presentation, that if this is where we are expecting, we've got to match it somehow. And so I get the conversation, but I just hope this doesn't get just long and drawn out, and we do ourselves a disservice. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Commissioner, from the first. Director Schreier, I know you have a couple more slides that you needed to go through as well for transparency as well, right?
Yes, sir, thank you. If we were to do something with the urban service district, the recommendation would be to reduce the urban service millage rate by 1 mil. Again, that's not a dollar for dollar, and the higher priced houses would receive a substantial benefit as opposed to the fee. The alternative is not to reduce the millage rate in the urban service district and just charge them a fee. The recommendation is to include all unbilled parcels in the new fee structure, implement the new fee structure in 2025, and have an annual cost escalation factor built in. Because this is because streetlights are an ordinance, we'd have to revise the streetlight ordinance. We'd also need to recommend that we strategically plan for future expansion. Right now, it seems to be a little bit hit and miss on the infill. The other advantage of billing people that currently do not receive a streetlight bill is if you're paying the $60 today or pay it in 2025 for 26, if you get streetlights installed in your area, then your bill goes up to $110. There's additional revenue that will be able to offset that additional increase. If you just build everybody $110, that's your revenue. Once you increase there, unless it's a new facility, if you're just doing infill, there's no new revenue to offset that increased cost. Then we'd also like to establish a 2-month reserve just to help with cost fluctuations.
All right, Tim, with this as well, well, I'll leave that part alone because that's going to take us off tracks. Colleagues, so they're looking forward. Now, we didn't have in the book any type of proposals for an amendment change to the ordinance. Are you all still working that, or is that something? How are we looking to do that? Because that's in here as for us to discuss, set the streetlight fee, and to amend the streetlight ordinance.
We will have the draft of the ordinance with, it'll be a blank document that when we submit it to you, because we won't know the numbers that you're putting in there. But by the time I get you the information on HEPSPA, there'll be a draft ordinance to provide to y'all.
All right, so we're still waiting on the numbers, but So that's the only amended change that we're looking to make for the street light ordinance specifically?
I have not conferred with the administrator and finance, but I think that's the only thing it would have to be is the fees.
Okay, Madam Administrator, and Tim as well? Okay,
Yes, sir.
all right. Colleagues, any questions? Well, based on the fact that we have not said anything yet, are there any motions or any recommendations to request so that we can move this forward, or do we want to move this forward without recommendation to the full commission? All right, let's do that with pending the information that we're going to get from our general counsel as well.
That's item 11, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Full commission, no recommendation.
We're going to send that to full commission without recommendation, pending additional information from our interim general counsel. Thanks, Tim, for the information. Folks, we're wrapping up engineering services. I know it went on long. A lot of topics, a lot of points that we got to make some hard decisions about, but this is what it's about. We got some cleanup to do. Madam Clerk, this concludes engineering services.
Okay, so that's done without objection.
Madam, I'm ready when you are. All right, I'd like to call administrative services to order, please. Are there any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
That's great news to hear. All right. Committee members, if there are no objections, I would like to consent items number 1, 3, 4, 10, and 11, and move item number 2 to the next committee cycle.
Next committee to
1, 3, 4, 10, and 11.
consent and.
And I'd like to take, and well, once we get past this out,
Item 2, can we put it on consent to move to the next committee meeting?
sounds like a plan.
Okay.
Let me ask you this.
Can I entertain a motion? Oh, you want to ask a question?
I got a question. So number 2, I know this one's kind of been bounced between committee, commission, committee, commission.
This is a request from Commissioner Lewis.
Right. So we're not sending it to commission, we're sending it back to committee? Okay.
Yep. I'm just going with what he asked me.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, I support that.
Can I entertain a motion to that?
Yep, I make a motion.
So move.
Thank you. Voting.
On it. He's not on it. He's just trying to move it.
Everybody got jokes.
Yep, just trying to move it. Hey, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, real quick.
We're voting.
I voted already. I'm good. Tina?
That motion carries with Mr. Lewis out.
Commissioner Clark, you had a question?
Yeah, real quick before the museum leaves out. Number 1 is, of course, significant and important. Next year, if you all don't recognize and realize, we'll be celebrating 250 years of America. It's not 290. Yeah, it's 250 years. Okay, 250 years for the independence of our country. And of course, the museum will be leading a lot of things and efforts that will be going towards that. Ezekiel House will be a significant part of that. So just thank you all for what you're doing. Thanks for the patience. But again, just wanted to acknowledge and recognize that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question of Ms. Glacier before she leaves?
Sure. Nancy, if you'll come forward, I think.
You don't have to come all the way up. I just want to ask you. You've been here all day. Might as well make it worth it.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
All right. Is James Brown doing okay?
James Brown is in great shape.
Okay.
He's very happy.
Okay. For the sake of folks wondering why am I asking you that, can you share why I asked you that?
Well, I assume
James
that there
Brown movement because
would
of
be some questions about where Mr. Brown has gone.
Mhm.
And actually, the administrator took care of that, putting out a press release.
Mm-hmm.
And I've gotten no negative at all since you did that press release, so it's working.
We take it
It
forward.
really is, and if we keep it to a year, it really works.
All right. Well,
That's
thank
what
you.
my hope is, so he'll be back on top in a year.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr.
Okay?
Chairman.
You're most welcome.
Thank you. We're really going to let you leave this time. Madam Clerk, we'll go top to bottom, but for items 6, 7, and 9, we're going to take those as companion items since we have most of the staff from HCD here.
7 and 9, okay. So we'll start with 5, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Item 5, motion to authorize the mayor as Augusta certifying officer to accept and approve the fiscal year 2025-2029 consolidated plan, anticipated budget, and the fiscal year 2025 annual action plan anticipated budget.
Is there any discussion on this? Oh, we have a presentation.
Oh, Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson, do you have a presentation on this, or is this?
Yes, I do have a presentation prepared, if need be.
Cool.
Excuse me, Natasha, could I?
Deputy Director Jackson / interim director / I'm trying to remember all the hats you wear these days.
Good afternoon, everyone.
How you doing?
All right, so the item I'm bringing before you for item number 5 is to accept and approve the 2025 through 2029 consolidated plan and to approve the 2025 annual action plan anticipated budget. So I'm bringing 2 items before you today. One is the 5-year service plan based on the needs of the community, but also the anticipated budget to receive to provide services for 2025. And as you can see on the screen there, for the 2025 annual action plan, which is the 1-year plan, those are the funding allocations we will receive for reimbursement to provide services throughout the community. So what's next? Upon commission approval, HCD will move forward to submitting our annual action plan for HUD approval. Within 30 days of submission, HUD would notify Augusta of approval or disapproval of the plan. Funds will be made available to Augusta for reimbursement after grant agreements have been executed, as we normally do. And so in your package, you'll see the actual budget. The first block is CDBG. I think the second block is home, and you'll see the totals there in yellow. I'll go back to okay, all right. All right, so the first total will be CDBG, and you'll see in yellow the 1.7. And those are some of the activities that will be funded throughout the year. We've tried to, based on committee recommendations, keep those level. Most of them have actually increased $1,000 or $2, so we want to make sure that service is not impacted with this proposal. Second is home funding. You'll see the total there in the yellow, $903,000. And that's a lot of it is for program administration and other activities. And then ESG, which is pretty much to prevent homeless across the city, $153,403 is the total. And then HOPWA, these are individuals who are impacted because of AIDS, and you'll see the total there in yellow as well. Any questions about the annual action plan or the consolidated, 5-year consolidated plan?
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, thanks for that, Deputy Jackson. Can you go back to the slide that had all the CDBG?
Yes, sir.
All right. So listen, we've talked about HCD for a little bit now. Give me some clarity on understanding this, because I'm seeing some folks on here that's jumping out that I'm seeing in numerous places. I'm seeing some of these folks like Mock Academy on our NGO lists. I'm seeing them on here, and I don't know where else they're on here. Can somebody help clarify? And maybe this is new guy, kind of curiosity, but why are we double tapping, triple tapping in some areas with some of the agencies? Can somebody clarify that for me?
In particular, you're talking about Mock Academy or any other entity?
Well, I mean, I'm talking about Mock Academy because they're standing out because I've seen them on the NGO list. But if there's others, if you can clarify.
Okay, I got a staff member here who can probably give us an idea about Mock Academy.
Okay, Mock Academy, one of their programs, one of their nonprofit programs, because this top part, the public service agencies are our nonprofits, because they are a nonprofit and they apply for funding and they meet all of the qualifications of nonprofit funding, that's why they're being funded through the city.
Okay.
Speak to other areas that they're being funded in. I just know that they did qualify for the funding and they have qualified in the past few years that they've been funded.
How many years have we funded them through CDBG?
Since I've been here, I want to say since I've been here, the last 2-3 years that I know of.
Yeah, do we have an exact number, how many years they've received funding from us through CDBG?
We can email that to you if need be.
Okay. Madam Administrator and Deputy Jackson, both of you may be able to clarify this. So and again, I don't know, that's why I'm asking. Are there limitations of how many different funds that our community partners can apply for to receive from the county? So in this case, they're getting NGO funds, they're getting CDBG funds, not sure if they're even applying for funds through, and I'm just throwing this out, it may not be the case, but if there was an agency that even received funds through Augusta Destination, do we have any limitations of how folks can do that, or is it just whatever you qualify for, go forth, get it, and we give you multiple forms of revenue from the same entity? Is that the way that works?
Commissioner Clark, I am not aware of anything that prohibits them from applying to any of these separate grants. You are correct.
Richard Mike.
You are correct. They do receive funding from the general fund through our NGOs as well. This is, of course, separate that they're going through with HCD because these are federal funds.
Right.
So there will be a separate of the funding. However, and if they qualify, of course, it doesn't prevent them from applying. But to your point, it could, you can look at how do you want to continue to fund that agency or any other agency that receives other funding from other resources throughout our government.
Right.
And to Ms. Allen's point, again, this is federal reimbursement that we would receive to submit to our sub-recipients, so as we call them, nonprofit NGOs.
Right.
So in terms of, a funding mechanism through HUD versus through general fund support, through the budget allocation, those are two separate funding mechanisms.
Okay. And this is something we advertise to all our nonprofits. If they qualify, you all have, I know you all have a fully vetted process that they have to go through as well, right?
There's a selection committee, and each member made recommendations to me. I reviewed all those recommendations, and these are my final recommendations.
Okay, and these are the ones going forward for the next budget cycle?
Yes, sir, Fred.
Now, with all these numbers that we're talking about, we're basing this off of what you all's current funding has been up to this point. But I think we've heard, rumors of a massive cut to the HUD funds. Have you all, I know you still have to submit the comp plan based on funding forecasts as you all expect them. If there is a significant cut, do we know where that's going to actually happen, where it's going to be?
About a month ago, I think I sent the commission my analysis of what the federal government has put out in terms of potential cuts.
Right.
And again, we're still monitoring that on a monthly basis.
Yeah, so we haven't gotten anything for sure as of yet. With the housing costs and everything, with the housing, can you go to the housing I think it was one more. I had the list. There we go. So for this one right here, this was proposed for homeless services. So these folks, I'm assuming these are our agencies. They went through a vetting process to be included in this list. And what do we get from an output metric to know, what they're utilizing it for? Is there parameters set for differentiating between how much goes towards administrative and how much goes towards the actual services themselves?
Actually laid out in the grant. So the ESG funds, they're allocated for just homeless services in itself. So we have a database that collects all the information, like our Marion Barnes. Once persons go into that system, we collect all that data throughout the year to show how much funding or where the homeless population is really needed. I know, as you guys know, we go out for our homeless count. It lets us know in the demographic areas what the homeless is like in those different areas. So we do have our databases that collect all this information that we're able to kind of go through and say, this person, with the funding that they apply for, they actually qualify for. But these agencies that you see up here, they're the ones who actually provide those services on a day-to-day basis. Your safe homes, they have an allocation that's allocated to them just for their homeless services, because they bring people into their shelters that are actually like truly homeless, that are in transition.
Okay. How are we auditing that? How are we validating that the services that they have committed to, that they've signed up to receive said funding, that they are actually yielding those services? How do we determine that? Because I would assume that's something you all have to report against when that's going forward, right?
Through our HMIS database, so everyone that comes in that's homeless, they have to go into that HMIS database. The persons who come in homeless, a lot of times they have to have like a letter from a shelter saying that they had been there. Our DV shelter, which is our safe homes, they have documentations just showing that they are truly homeless and that they qualify for DV services. So say like if an incident happened, they would have, gotten a letter from the sheriff or something like that saying that there was an incident that happened, which qualifies them for DV services. And then they're entered into their own private database that also is connected to ours. And then we compile that information and we put it into a report, which is like our CAPER reports and all the different reports that collect how many people that we service throughout the year.
Okay. How often do we rotate out or I guess, advertise this for, because I think some of these folks have been with us for some time. How often do we give others the opportunity that may have an intent or a similar mission?
Every year. So every year we host a mandatory meeting, and all the nonprofits, they all come to that mandatory meeting. So they have to be a nonprofit for at least a year before they even qualify to even get funding through that mandatory meeting. So every year, any nonprofit that meets the qualifications are allowed to apply. And they just go through, they just have to submit the supporting documents to say that they meet the qualifications.
And last question, Mr. Chair, and I'll yield my time. So I know we have the Continuum of Care, the COC, that also has a mission and the task force, homeless task force component of this as well. I've gotten a couple questions and calls specifically about the role that they play with this. Can y'all kind of clarify that piece? Because I didn't really have clear understanding to one way or the other clarify how that works, but I know there were some questions about their mission benefiting from some of these funds as well. Can you all clarify that?
Now, this is going to lead into, I think, item number 11. Okay. All right. Any particular question that you seeking an answer for in terms of, you said role?
Yeah, so, well, I say role because I think some of the folks on the COC were looking for opportunities to benefit from some of the funding for this, for the service support that they provide. Commissioner Johnson, I know you're a lot more involved with this than most of us, but is there an opportunity for them to benefit towards their mission, or is that even in scope? Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was but I'll ask you too, though, after this, Commissioner Johnson.
You can't ask him. You have to come through me.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Thank you for keeping me in line. It's been a long day.
So they have to apply to actually to take over that role because HCD has held that position for quite some time now.
Yeah.
So for them to take over that role, they would actually have to apply, which they did. We did issue an RFQ for them. So they would have, they have had to go through that process. I would like to be able to look over the charter again because I have not seen the charter in quite a while. But there was a MOU that was put out between HCD and the continuum of care. So I would like the opportunity to look at it and update me and Deputy Jackson be able to look at it because I haven't looked over it quite a while and I can't give you an exact answer on what that MOU was, but they have applied through the RFQ process.
Yeah, and I'll just kind of plant this seed and then I'll yield my time. There are communities that receive the funding like we do that and instead of it being a pass-through through the county or the city, they allow the funds to go to that continuing care to support the mission, that consolidated mission. So I don't know if that's something we've ever looked at or considered, but I know just kind of doing a little bit of research on this, there is studies out there where other communities are just basically saying, hey, we'll render the dollars to the COC, still vetting and doing, those components to make sure that everything is on the up and up. But I don't know if that's something we've ever considered with this.
And Commissioner, that's a specific grant. It's not the federal allocation.
Okay, so that's a different one. That's a different one.
But it's something different than what we're talking about here with annual action plan.
Okay.
That is a specific grant for homelessness, not the federal allocation. This is a federal allocation that goes through the city.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate that clarity. Again, I need to do a little bit more up close understanding as well and get more engaged. It's something that would benefit from more of us getting engaged with. Thank you all for the clarity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, while you're talking, if you want to make a motion to approve this, that would be most helpful.
Yeah, it wasn't read, but I think we're also authorizing the mayor to act as certifying official with that as well as accepting it, right?
Yes.
All right, so move.
Second.
All right. Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Okay. Mr. Chair, we're going to companion items 6, 7, and 9, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item number 6 is a motion to approve Housing and Community Development's HCD request to enter into a contractual agreement with Johnson LaShover and Associates, PC, for property architectural services for 2431 and 2433 Mount Auburn Street. Item number 7 is a motion to approve Housing and Community Development's request to provide funding to Antioch Ministries for the development of 2 single-family units identified as 1421, 1423 Brown Street within the Laney Walker, Bethlehem, to be sold to low-income buyers. Item number 9 is a motion to approve Housing and Community Development's request to allow the Laney Walker, Bethlehem revitalization to develop the new construction of 1 single-family unit identified as 1518 Twig Street within the Laney Walker, Bethlehem area.
It was just pointed out to me that we probably should take item 6 by itself since it's a contract.
Okay, you want to just go with that? I've already read it out.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson, for pointing that out. Deputy Jackson?
Yes, I'll just give you some context before I turn it over to Ms. Corley. It is my understanding there were 2 burned apartments in the Sand Hills community area that took place a couple years ago. And we are contracting with JLA to pretty much provide design services so that we can put those 2 units back on the market.
All right. Are there any questions from the committee in regard to this?
Last one, Mr. Chair. So I think mine is for the next one.
Go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you for the recognition there, Mr. Chair. Deputy Jackson, so these agreements, and I want to make sure that I'm saying it appropriately, these are our agreements that we have in place with the with JLA to do this. Is this something that has to be bid out again, giving others the opportunity? Has that all happened as well?
Yes, sir, that's all that has happened. We're waiting on approval so that we can get them started with the work.
Okay, so Deputy Jackson, you verified and validated that we have valid agreements. What's the, because I don't understand the agreements that you all have. So if you all could just kind of indulge me and just clarify, is there some type of give take on this? Is there something that the county or city benefits from, they benefit from? How does that work?
In this particular item?
I'm probably talking about the other ones with the developers, but is there, so this one is just us giving.
Let's take this one by itself and.
I got it. But is this one just, we're giving them dollars that they are qualified to receive towards rendering these services, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
This is going through the procurement process, is that correct? Yes.
All right, thank you for that one. And I'll hold my question for the other one, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion for this item.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. Voting, Ms. Bonner?
That motion carries.
All right.
Mr. Tony Lewis out.
Next item.
Item 7, motion to approve Housing and Community Development's request to provide funding to Antioch Ministries for the development of 2 single-family identified as 1421, 1423 Brown Street within the Laney Walker Bethlehem to be sold to low-income home buyer.
Any questions in regard to this, Commissioner Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's so enlightening to receive the humor when we're tired as heck. So again, I guess my question that I had you earlier, can you guys just break down the agreement? So the agreement that we have states that there's 50% partnership requests associated with the cost of construction. Just help me understand the breakdown, okay? I know this is something that they benefit from, and then they also sell these homes as well, right?
As a model, yes.
Okay.
It is literally a 50-50 partnership.
So it's a 50-50 split. So they get the 50 up front, or do they get it upon completion?
So Antioch Ministries is a developer that we've been working with for years, and they come to us and they apply for home funds in order to construct housing for low to moderate income individuals. Mm-hmm. We're at a stage with Antioch that now we're at a 50-50 split. So during the contract period, they submit construction draws. Mm-hmm. And our inspectors goes out to inspect each of the properties, and then that's how we pay them. Now, their 50-50 comes at the end, at the sale of the property. Mm-hmm. So they will retain the 50%, and then they will give HCD their 50% back.
Okay, so up front, there's nothing they receive up front. This is at the end.
They do not receive a thing up front. Only during construction, we will pay the contractor for them during that time. Mm-hmm. And then at the sale, at the closing, they receive their 50% as their developer's fee.
Right. So with the developers, do they go through a procurement process as well?
Yes, all of the developers that we use, they do have to go through a vetting process. With the home program, the developers come to us. We don't go out to look for them, but they come to us when they have viable projects. We will vet them internally to make sure that, you know, they can do the job and that they will make good on the grant. For a new developer, we require them to do at least 2 projects with one of our, what we call our seasoned developers. And one of our seasoned developers is Antioch Ministries. So we vet any new developer that comes in.
Okay, and you all are vetting according to the county's policies, or is it an internal policy that you all are following?
It is the county's procurement policy.
Okay, so Interim Director White, is this something that goes through you and then, you know, for you to verify and validate that HCD is in line with the county's procurement process, or is this something that, because they've been doing it so long, you just kind of say, yep, they're good to go? How does that work? Just for my clarity.
Good afternoon. Restate your question again, Commissioner.
So for the procurement process that HCD is following, how do you verify and validate? Is it a stamp of approval that your team gives, or is it something that they just do on their own?
No, sir. They've always done this in-house. No, sir.
So this is just in-house. No need for procurement to validate that it's being appropriately followed. No need to audit to make sure that we're following all pieces and make sure there's no points of conflict or anything like that?
Well, from my understanding, the process they've been using, and it's been going on quite a while, was something that this commission okayed. Now, to your direct answer, should we verify it? Probably.
Probably.
But we haven't been asked to do that.
Okay. So I'm not familiar. Obviously, it's my first year. I'm not familiar about a decision that was made. If somebody can clarify, if that was, Jim, if you can clarify, is that a decision that the body made to forego any validation from procurement for any processes that HCD is following?
Mr. Clark, my memory of this deals mostly with the utilization of Laney Walker bond funds in this area, which is basically what they did at that juncture was to request basically RFQs for folks to come in, whether or not they would do it. They kind of qualified various developers to build in that neighborhood. And I'm assuming it's a very similar process as where people have come forth and they provide their credentials to do it. I know that Antioch has built in this neighborhood in around Augusta for decades, if I would have to say. But my involvement has only been with that Laney Walker Bethlehem development that we did specifically. And at that time we did procure folks, partly because it was a question if we would get people to participate.
Sure. Well, and I asked that for a point of reason. I think it's already been identified a couple times this year since I've been on that we kind of grandfather in folks when they're partnering with us or when we're doing different activities with them. But how do we really kind of make sure that we have a refresh process, but also to Mr. White's point, that we ensure that we have oversight, that everyone is following it to the letter. How do we ensure, what kind of internal controls do we have in place to ensure that's happening?
I don't know the specific internal controls, but I think I think Ms. Allen recently had said that she was trying to identify basically SOPs for all the departments. Mm-hmm. And I think that they probably have, basically, because what they're saying is that seasoned developers continue to do that. But if someone comes in and wants to say, I want to participate in the home fund program, what they're requiring, it may or may not be a written policy, and I'm using policy with a lowercase p, not a policy in that sense, but there's a methodology of assuring that these folks have the skill set necessary in order to complete the project. So it may be that there's a an unwritten SOP or maybe a written SOP that we could provide to you. There's another attorney in our office that in the law department that deals with HCD, but I could, add it to the list of things to provide y'all how these people are vetted, if that would be helpful.
Well, and I think that's the point, right? Because if there are folks out there that do have an interest, that do have a skill set, or that may want to be a part of this, and we're not appropriately advertising it, how will they ever know? How are we ever making sure that folks get the opportunity to be a part of this? Antioch's been a great partner, and they've brought some great things, but how does anyone else get introduced to that process if we're not ensuring that we're advertising this, if we're not ensuring that there's some level of oversight that we can give commitment and transparency to others that may be interested in this, to be a part of it, or to even benefit from it, or to even determine if it's time to, rotate some of these partners that we do have in place.
Again, to the program I worked on, one of the issues that we found early on was, I don't want to use the word reward, but there were very few builders that would step up to the plate to try to work on these projects. And so I'm not sure if y'all have a bias toward them, but there was kind of this history that when there was a need to try to work, it was hard to find people who would participate. So I think there may have been like a little bit of preference toward those going forward. But I will certainly get you the information in terms of how this is handled.
Yeah, but I appreciate that. And Deputy Jackson, you all have a policy in-house that you all follow with this as well?
Yes, sir, we do. We have a developer contracts guidelines, and we have in the past had some, how to work with Augusta, developer contractors meetings. We will start back having those. We've just kind of set it to the side right now, but we are planning to move forward with having other workshops with how to work with Augusta. And that will be to our developers and to contractors that are interested in working with HCD.
Yeah, I'd like to see us kind of mature in that area of really kind of ensuring that we appropriately educate folks and cultivate even to one degree to a point where Antioch is an example of that. But I'd like to also see if procurement can ensure that there's appropriate oversight, that we're doing the right thing. And the reason I'm asking that is I had gotten a call from someone saying that they had intentions of something. I don't know it to be fully true or otherwise, but I still want us to be on the up and up with whatever we do. So that's why I'm looking for some assistance in that and some clarity so that we can ensure that whatever process we have in place, we can stand on, as the kids say, business, but more importantly, stand on our processes and procedures that have been appropriately vetted and we have appropriate oversight. Thank you.
There's no further, Commissioner Pulliam.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you allowing me to speak. If Commissioner Clark is putting that in the form of a question, I would definitely like for us to do that across the board. I don't know if I feel like it's germane to this point, because I remember on our last meeting, I was also asking for the same thing regarding some landscaping services. And this literally sounds like the exact same conversation. And so in doing that, if it's going to be one department, I feel like it should be every department and every contract and every MOU. So
well, that may be
if you could add that.
And not disagreeing with either one of you, but I think that may be a appropriate item to place on a future agenda to start that process across the board. That way it's all treated fairly, and that big conversation can take place. All right.
Thank you.
Anybody would like to make a motion towards?
Motion to approve.
Second. All right. We have a motion and a second, Ms. Bonner. We're going to vote.
That motion carries.
All right.
Item number 9 is a motion to approve the Housing and Community Development's request to allow the Laney Walker Bethlehem Revitalization to develop a new construction of one single-family unit identified as 1518 Twig Street within the Laney Walker Bethlehem.
Deputy Jackson.
Again, this is just an agreement to construct one single-family unit. I do have the project manager here to answer any questions you may have.
Not seeing any questions in the queue. Committee, would you like to entertain a motion towards this?
Second.
All right. This one might be the easiest one we've done yet. All right, we have a motion and a second. Voting is upon.
That motion carries. It's unanimous.
All righty, and I think we have one more.
Mr. Lewis out. Number 9, sir?
I think number 8.
8, right. Motion to approve the purchase of 6 vehicles at a total cost of $283,791.12 from Atkins Ford Dodge for various departments.
All right. I actually had a question in regards to this. So for these various departments, can you name what departments these are and what kind of vehicles?
Yes, if you look in the agenda item, the first item is Central Services for a Ford F-150, planning and development for code enforcement, which will be a F-150. Information technology will be getting a Ford Escape. Recreation and Parks will be doing an F-250. Procurement will be getting a Ford Escape. And then Juvenile Court will be getting a new asset, which is a Ford Transit van for the CHINS program.
Very good. And I'm assuming that all of these pickup trucks we're buying are probably crew cab pickups?
Most, yes, definitely.
Yeah. It's always interesting when I see these things because I never see more than one person in our vehicles when they're driving around this county. But anyway, I'll entertain to approve this because I know it's already included in the budget, but.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we'll vote on this.
It's unanimous with Mr. Lewis out.
And I believe that is the item we were all looking for.
Yes, sir.
I think that's the last one.
The end.
All right, thank you, committee.